Saom, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, Rose.
Yeah. So you know what? Amanda is, I think, in the archive room, I think, and she's not being able to connect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nobody's there, no, now? In our kind?
Where?
In our kind?
Oh, I don't. Okay, let me just find out where she is. But she's here in the college. One second. I'll just ask her one second. you know. A warm and hearty welcome once again to the second day of our international virtual conference on identity, myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives. A very good morning to each one of our participants who have joined in today, our panel presenters, and of course to our chairperson, Dr. K. Karthik. We are very glad to have you all here. Without further ado, I shall introduce our chairperson and get going with the conference for today. Our chairperson for the day is Dr. K. Karthik. He joined the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Central University of Karnataka in 2019 and has had a number of years of experience in teaching as well as industrial experience. He holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in visual communication from Loyola College, Chennai, University of Madras, a PhD in communication from the Sarojini Naidu School of Arts and Communication, University of Hyderabad, that focuses on health communication. He has published in referred journals and presented papers in many national and international conferences. He has produced several audiovisual films and worked among non-governmental organizations and multilateral agencies for various development projects. His areas of specialization are communication for development, health communication, visual culture, film theory, and audiovisual production. I would also like to use this opportunity to welcome all our panel presenters for today. We have Dr. Amanda Christie Tongper, Mei Swangdai Gonmei, Patricia Mary Hodge, Kaiko Ashuni, Rohan Pillai, Dr. Naomi Carey Nonglight, and Ayushman Datta. A warm and hearty welcome to each one of you. And I would now like to hand over the session to Dr. K. Karthik. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Roseberry, for giving me the brief introduction. I extend a warm welcome to all the panelists, presenters. I congratulate the organizers as well as the conveners for holding such a multidisciplinary international virtual conference. Without taking much time, I would like to brief about a few instructions for the presenters. The presenters will be given 5 minutes only to provide a brief overview of their presentation, and they're not expected to make the full presentation of the papers again. And they are supposed to strictly expand to adhere to the time limit concerned. The format to be adhered is to be strictly on the basis of discussion and questions raised by the chairperson. If any among the participants or attendees have a comment or a question to ask, they can please leave your questions on the chat box or type in your comment box, whatever questions you have, and also specify whom you are addressing to. I request all the panelists to kindly adhere to the general discipline and decorum expected of panel members for such discussion. Before we can go to the first presenter, Dr. Amanda Tongper. The title of the paper is From the Spoken to the Written, the significance of the word in the word in the Kasi Jaintia community. Over to you, Dr. Amanda.
Before Yeah, hello, sorry. Before we proceed, we would like to request all the panelists to kindly keep their video on as long as this presentation continues. Yes, sorry about that, Dr. Amanda Tongper. Handing over the session to you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma'am Rose. Good morning, sir, and good morning to all the panelists. Our paper examines the significance of the word in the Khasi Jaintia community. We have used the word to imply a certain spiritual dimension to language, a cultural significance. It has gained through its inextricable ties with the doctrines that govern the life of the Khasi and Jaintia. The word in this sense is used. The word in this sense is guided not just by a life force that gives it an empowered quality, but also by the ingrained ethical or moral sense of the Khasi Jaintia. Thus, if one speaks to any elderly, one is bound to be engaged with a reminiscent recalling of how one's word was enough in relations, in trade, in daily dealings, and so on. Our paper examines the changes that this aspect of the word has gone through in the colonial, post-colonial, and postmodern journey. In the paper, we have tried to look at how the spoken word is linked to a culture that educates, enlightens, and informs through the spoken word. We brought in the concept of the hearth, which was placed at the center of every household. And it was a place where education of any kind really first happened. Thus, we can say that we are descendants of raconteurs, storytellers, but we are also descendants of ancestors who believed that the word is everything. The Khasi have a saying, "Kaktin ka batam," which translates loosely translates to one only has one's word to rely on. The sanctity of the word is impenetrable. Its logic is irrefutable. That the Khasi Jaintia held the word at the altar of purity is, we've given many examples of that in the paper. The paper also traces the arrival of the written, and it argues that while the written in itself is innocent, the culture of displacement, dispossession, negation, elimination, brutalization, and more insidiously, the culture of decivilization of the natives that came along with colonization is disruptive. While the written in itself has benefited the world greatly, needless to say, but one also asks, what happened to the culture of the spoken? Of course, we cannot put a neat and square blame on any particular event in our history or point at a particular time. Change is gradual and evolution is inevitable, but one would be remiss if one didn't examine the subversive strategies of colonization and the impact it had on the worldview of the Khasi Jaintia. And lastly, the paper clarifies that while the golden era, or the Ayom Ksiar in Khasi Jaintia, is irrevocably divorced from the life of the Khasi Jaintia, the challenge now is how to navigate through these present times when on the one hand we have the rhetoric of the past, and on the other hand we have the stark reality of the present, which seems to mercilessly move on. We see how in the contemporary world, the word is freed from the custody of alphabets. The text is the image is the text. And we live in these, pastiche of mediums wherein the word is splintered, no longer attached to meaning itself, and but it is disseminated as free-floating signifiers that usually do not hold the author accountable. Of course, the impulse of every society is to evolve and to move on. However, as we find our way in the complex matrix of our present situation, it is
Sorry
also
to interpret. You have one more minute.
Yes, sir. As I was saying, we find as we find ourselves in the complex matrix of our present situation, I think it is also imperative to revisit our stories as a community, because as Greisinger and Eaton says, navigational stories ground human experience in some larger framework. It is necessary to anchor our human experience to something larger than ourselves in the quest to finding who we become as a people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amanda. Thank you for finishing on time. I have a couple of questions. You can respond to it. What is the significance of colonial imperialism in this process or transition, and why you are trying to see this through a colonial lens?
Yes, sir. Sir, if I may, I also have the co-author along with me. If you would allow him also to address some of the questions, because this is
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Imperialism.
Can you please repeat the question?
What is the significance of colonial imperialism in this whole process and the transition that you're talking about from word to written? And why are you seeing through the colonial lens?
Okay, I see this. I will answer this in two ways. Firstly, with the coming of colonialism, there was huge interferences in the social and cultural and traditional spheres of the people. And having said that, they paved the way for the missionaries to come in under the Charter Act of 1813. So with the coming of the missionaries, they introduced the alphabets. So again, with the coming of the alphabets, I see it in two ways. One thing, so to say, in the present, the power of the word has an alternative now with writing.
Okay. Thank you. I will ask you the next question. How do you see this transition, this position from the spoken to the written in relation to identity, and whether you see it as a memory or a communication or a cultural narrative?
I would like to answer this from a political view in that way. So when writing was established, there are many dialects among the Khasi Jaintia people, but as the missionaries and the British settled in Cherrapunji in Sora, so they used the Sora dialect as an umbrella language for all the tribes. So having said that, we got this identity, with writing, from which was very different from Assamese in the north and Bengali from Sylhet. So in that way, they gave us this unique identity, like through language. And if we can also see, like during the Hill State movement, where after when India got its independence, so we were all part of undivided Assam. So there was this agitation where there was this fear of Assamese being used as the official language in undivided Assam. So in that way, like one of the agitations was to fight against this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amanda as well as Sashi for your responses. We'll go to the next speaker, Mayaswandi Gourmet. The title of the paper is The Essence of Folklore to Foster Identity of Rongmei Community. Please excuse me for my pronunciation, Dr. Gourmet. Gourmet, are you there? Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. A very good morning to one and all, especially to our respected chairperson and to all my co-presenters and those who are present over here for the presentation. Here I am to present about our paper on the topic of the essence of folklore to foster identity of Rongmei community. As it is instructed, I will just brief through the overview of our paper. The Rongmei tribe of Manipur, I would like to first talk about the Rongmei people, how it came about. Rongmei is an indigenous tribe of Naga. It is also within that, Rongmei is, so to say, joined together with one community that is called Zelengrong. From there, we divided these three: Zemei, Liangmei, and Rongmei. And Rongmei is one part of that. So now there are mostly the population of Rongmei is situated in Manipur, Nagaland also, as well as in Assam as well. But the majority of the population is in Manipur. So most of the Rongmei population is dominated in northeastern part of India, such as Manipur, Assam, and Nagaland, as I had mentioned. According to Gagmai 1944, the Rongmei community is known for beautiful folk songs, dances, festivals, and rich traditions inherited from their forefathers. And it is also says that the true culture of a community or a tribe is not created overnight. It's not just created by overnight, but it is evolved as the time passes over the ages, so to say, affected by time through certain practices. So it same as that. Similarly, with that, our Rongmei community or the tribe is also evolving our culture practices as like the other tribe. The Rongmei tribe of Manipur has a rich culture, custom, and traditions, as I have mentioned, and the folklore plays an important role because in earlier days for Rongmei community, not only for Rongmei community, but with specific to our Rongmei community, we don't have a written document as such. So folklore became so much important for us in order to transmit or disseminate the importance of our culture, the practices, rules, norms, and regulation of all the community practices. So this plays a very important role. So here we took up this very important, very topic of folklore, where it enriches in a personal level as well, family level as well, in the community as a whole. In order to, so to say, develop one's personal identity or a family as well as a community as a whole. So for which we have adopted this one in a methodology as a narrative analysis, and through purposive sampling we have done this our study. For that, for the purpose of that collection of data, we have used the unstructured interview, which is done through, so to say, online. Because of this pandemic situation, we cannot go along with the present situation to go face to face and talk about and collect the data. So and I would like to brief the main findings, the findings of our papers. As per the
Sorry
findings
for the
is concerned.
interruption. You have 1 more minute.
Okay, so for personal level, I will just stick with that. There are some types of, so to say, folklore which exist in our community. We as it is shown there in the, so to say, in the presentation as well. I have already mentioned in the presentation video recording as well. There we have different types of folklore which is commonly used, like folk songs, folk music, dance, like attires and all those things which has been mentioned there. And so these are some of the folklore, so to say, which is being used by our community. So
Please conclude.
there is a place of learning. Especially we learn this through home, But for the youngsters, especially, we learn through this one, Luzu and Kangsu. That is a dormitory for both male and female, especially those who are unmarried. And for personal level, folklore help us to understand the value of all teachings and develop the sense of belongingness to folklore. Individuals are inspired, also motivated with the help of those folklores that we have been practices. And family level, folklore helps family to that mean to say have better understanding, cooperate with one another, enables to obey the elders, conformity, those things we inculcate through the folklore. And community, as per the community level, has folklore has been an
Yeah,
impactful
please
factor
conclude,
to cultural
Doctor.
ties. Okay, so in order to conclude, uh, so the study is to help in sensitizing youngsters of my community to learn more about the significance of folklore in the process of identity development, both at the individual and community perspective. Because as the days goes by, the youngsters tends to forget the importance of this. So through these studies, we would like to make them understand and also spread out this message and to make them realize
Thank
the
you.
importance of folklore.
Thank you, Gonmei. Thank you very much. I request all the panelist participants to please restrict with 5 minutes. Uh, since we have a shortage of time, we'll move on to the next presenter. Manifesting, it is Patricia Mary, manifesting Exticothon, virtual reality and terrorism in Margaret Atwood's Oxys and Care. Over to you, Patricia.
Okay. Hello, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Good morning to our respected chairperson and panelists. So, my paper is titled Manifesting Extinctathon, Virtual Reality and Terrorism in Margaret Atwood's Oryx and Grey. Now, to contextualize this textually in the most summarized way possible, Extinctathon is the name of the online interactive virtual reality game in the novel. And what happens is that this game is manifested into the real world with the explicit aim of creating a new world order through an act of bioterrorism, which is inspired by and to a certain extent mimics the gameplay of Extinctathon. That is the gameplay of the extinction of species that the game operates by. And to explain this, Atwood creatively utilizes the concept of gamification in order to allow this manifestation into real life. Gamification, which is defined as the application of game elements and principles in non-gaming contexts. This is seen in the novel in the employment of the game design elements of Extinctathon to recruit and form organizations in workplace and ideological organizations. Now, in order to examine in the paper how Atwood conceptualize the contemporary threat of the online world, more specifically its more vulgar and violent elements, and how that affects human values to the point of actual destruction, we must first accept gaming as text. More specifically, hypertext from the perspective of literature and the process of reading. Hypertext as understood in literature, wherein the reader assumes the erstwhile authorial power of interpretation, meaning creation. This allows for multiple interpretations. And also hypertext as we commonly understand on the internet as linking multiple computer and networking systems. Again, referring to multiple doorways, multiple actions and directions all in the hands of the player or the reader. So based on this very simple connection between the two, the novel leads to an acknowledgement of the hyperreal of the online world as manifested in living reality. And through this interlinking, what Atwood is able to point at is the simulation of reality that masks over the fragmented and disconnected nature of reality, which is the actual representation of truth. She does this specifically through the use of the violent elements of the online world, specifically the gaming world, because in the games that she uses in the text, violence is accepted as a natural part of the gameplay. And it exists alongside the violence and terror of the real world. And in the real world, this same violence is designated as base and not indicative of a cultured society. So it is terror and violence that breaks the simulation of our reality, one where modern society simulates a reality of plenty of wants and desires of goods and commodities in order to mask the actual disintegration of our meta-narratives, our structures, our values, our truths. It is the virtual reality which houses all our base realities that exist in easily available, accessible forms on the internet and on gaming platforms. And so what happens is that this reality is manifested in a very, albeit very violently and terribly, but it is manifested in our actual reality. So I wanted to limit what I'm saying I should do as the time limit. So I think I will just end with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. I have maybe a couple of queries. Maybe we'll take one. How do you link or position these inferences? Do you see them as imagined identities or versus virtual identities? How do you see that?
Okay, so that's a very, very difficult question to answer, but thank you for that. Based on my reading of the novel and what I've understood so far, it's a very difficult question to answer because the question of identity and reality on its own, how do you define identity? How do you define reality? Which is why I'm using the concept of simulation, because we don't know what reality is, what truth is. Whatever we designate as real is what we simulate as real. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you. Can you, one prominent methodology that you have used to in close reading of this hypertext, can you specify what was the primary methodology that you have used?
Okay. To be very honest, the whole concept of the hypertext simply came about because I was dealing with gaming and the internet. The hypertext is simply existing on the internet, and that is where I linked it to the concept of the hypertext in literature, because I'm looking at the player in this sense. Even though the gameplay or the narrative structure of the online video game is fixed, there is a format, it is the player who decides the action based on the decisions that he makes. And through the use of his peripheral equipment and his thinking power, the player essentially decides what the next step is. In the end, of course, you're either the winner or the loser. However, the gameplay belongs to the player, and in the games that I'm referring to, these are multiplayer games. So no matter what the outcome, it is not possible for the player to recreate an action of the previous game all over again. So theoretically, I do not know what I would define it, but I would essentially say that it is this connection of looking at the player as a reader that allowed me to come to this conclusion.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia, Mary. Thank you for your presentation. We will go to the next presenter, Kaiko Ashmi. The title of the paper is When Oral Culture Meets the Digital Natives. Over to you, Kaiko.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the time, respected chair and my co-panelist, and to all the organizer, thank you for this platform. So as sir has read, the title of my paper is When Oral Culture Meets the Digital Native. So in this paper, I try to explore the opportunity and the potential that the oral culture offers to the present generation of young people who are fast becoming what Mike Prensky would call the digital natives. And I take the case of the Naga society as an example. So the Naga society, which was primarily an oral culture, basically orality was everything, their whole life system. And so their connection with the present digital natives who who are said to be fast becoming more like a visual medium oriented, and are also said to be like inclined towards more towards storytelling and so on. So I wanted to look at this to see what has the impact of oral culture and the now digital natives. When they come together, what becomes? So I took the concept of the second orality as second orality as described by Walter Ongs, and I wanted to see this through that lens. So what is unlike the primary orality, which has no written at all, the second orality draws from or is filtered through written and print, and yet it is, in a sense, it is sustained by high technology culture such as telephone, radio, television, and other electronic stuff, and now the digital medium. So, and also it generates a sense for group and incommensurably, which is larger than the primary oral culture. So I wanted to draw on this concept, and I see that, and I found that Nagas are actually in the second orality era, though it did not start with the present digital era as such, but it started off with even the cassette and the DVD era, where we saw a lot of Naga musicians and stuffs like that recording their music, and in the sense oral, even stories, and through the use of even the AIR, All India Radio platform, and also the Doordarshan, they were able to record and tell their stories on these mediums. So in a sense, the second orality already started then, but with the coming of the digital platform, it gave another, a whole, it opened up a lot more, wherein the people, the masses as such could participate. And so much like an oral tradition where it is not about authorship, but it is more about the people's participation. So because of this platform, you're able to see the people's participation in a much larger scale. So, and it is very much notable in the sense, if you look at the social media content that are coming up from this part of the world. And I took the example of a few Naga storytellers, and who in their own rights are the social media influencer. And it is also seen that these digital natives are also becoming like the influencers in their life are also fast becoming storytellers and artists. So it is an interesting thing to note. And I've looked at a few examples.
Sorry for the interruption. You have 1 more minute.
Okay, so I'll just name the 3 examples that I took. One was the Tetsio sisters, who sing the Lee or the folk song in Chokri Chakasang, and they're also very much visible on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. And the other example that I took is Tei Sinyo, who runs an Instagram page called the Mikela Mama. And this is also, she also talks about the more of the material culture of the Nagas, which was handed over to her from her mother. Then now she tries to hand it over to the next generation. And also another one is the Roots and Leisure, which also is an online platform. And they also talk stories from this part. And also they try to bring together stories from other parts of the world as well. So in short, this is what my paper is.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple of questions, or you can see comments. Why do you limit digital natives only to oral culture? Rather, digital platforms incorporate both visual and oral forms.
Yes, actually, oral as such is stories, and yet it is also dance, and dance performance as such is in a sense visual. So in the sense, oral culture is not just about the word, but I see it as a visual medium as well, Like even in traditional media, we have a lot of performance dances and all
because
are
you
very much
missed,
visual.
yes, thank you, because you have missed out that in specifying in your video presentation, because I was expecting that. Thank you. And do you think digital, you talked about digital natives, I'm trying to bring you digital narratives, and can you draw them as a parallel to traditional cultural narratives?
Uh, yes and no, because yes, in a sense, because it is in fact, with the coming of the literate culture, we limited ourselves to what is called written and text, which has to be only read by the literate. But so in that sense, it was limited. And unlike the oral culture, where you don't have to be taught to read and write, but it comes naturally. So in that sense, even the digital era offers that kind of a platform where, though it is like the second orality, it is also, it might be a written, but also it is both, like anybody can do it. So in that sense, it is also I draw a parallel because of
Okay.
that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Kaiko. We'll go to the next presenter, Rohan Pillai, titled Search for Identity, a critique on the textualization of Thotam Pattu, a folk song in Kerala. Over to you, Rohan.
Good morning, sir. I hope
Yeah,
I'm
please go
audible.
ahead. Yes, yes, please go ahead.
So the world that we live in, it is the world that we live in is a majority of people who are practitioners of the written hegemony. However, there exist a lot of cultures that still practice what we call oral culture or folk culture. So the thing is, these folk cultures have a lot of knowledge capital, and the written hegemony has started to realize that there exists a lot of knowledge capital that they can use. However, since these oral cultures exist in another dimension when we compare it to the textual cultures that we have, uh, it is kind of facing a kind of extinction with the advancement of modernism. So what we are having to do is we need to preserve these oral cultures so that we can make use of these knowledge capital later in a way that we can help. So uh, what I'm trying to do with this paper is to do a critique on the textualization which we're undertaking as part of preserving culture. However, uh, without understanding the inherent structural differences that exist between orality and textuality, we will not be able to make a faithful preservation of the culture. So for this, I have taken the example of Totem Patter, which is a folk song that is performed in Kerala. And this art form has been traditionally performed by people of the Mannan caste. So this folk song deals with the story of the goddess Bhadragali right from her birth through the different stages of her life. The one of the reasons why I've chosen this art form in particular is because the legend behind Totem Pata states that the goddess Bhadrakali had written this song on the tongue of a person from the Mandan caste, and had specifically asked him to what propagate this art form as orally. However, when we try to take on textualization, it it directly goes against this legend behind its incorporation. So for this paper, I have conducted a personal face-to-face in-depth interview with Babu Ashan, who has been a traditional performer of this Totem Patter, and it is on the basis of this interview that I've done the qualitative research. So through the study, I have been able to identify six areas of structural differences that exist that that are not usually translated when this cultural transaction occurs. These include the breaking free from the mythical constraints, the problems of associating rituality, and then the problems that arise from the encroachment of technological advancements, and the dilemma this causes in the minds of the performers, the dichotomy that exists between rhythm and written grammar, the uniqueness of the performance, and lived experiences, and the lived experience that is generated when these performers perform the art forms, and then also the nomadic lifestyle that these performers undertake during the performing season, because the performing season starts at a point and then it goes on for around 2 to 3 months, and so the performers keep on traveling during these times. So all these experiences and all these structures are very much important to the performance of totem pattern. However,
Sorry for the interruption. You have 1 more minute.
thank you, sir. So, however, when we textualize these art forms without properly understanding these structural differences, and then we try to preserve this culture, what actually happens is all these elements get lost, and these elements that get lost can be considered to be an important element of the identity. And so, in actuality, we can not say that the tradition and the culture are actually getting preserved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rohan. I have a couple of questions. And first is there a possibility of appropriate cultural transaction that can result in safeguarding oral narratives?
There can be an appropriate cultural transaction only if we, before actually writing down or textualizing these art forms, we first have to sit down with the traditional performers and then understand and try to get a concept of not just what they're saying, but all the elements that come with it. And then so we have to get a proper understanding of what these art forms are. And then communication is not just words. Communication is kind of an experience. So we have to not just get these words, but we have to understand the entire process and then try to preserve that.
So where do you see the issue is? Is it to do with translation or cultural transaction or textualization?
I believe that the problem exists with the dominancy of written hegemony, because we're very much focused on writing things down that we're not actually understanding what we have to write down. We're like literally taking down the words, and that cannot be considered to be a cultural transaction. That's literally just taking things from them. So this is where the problem.
Thank you, Rohan. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will go on to the next presentation. Before that, if you have any questions, the participants as well as the other attendees, you can post your questions in the chat box. So now I invite Dr. Naomi Carey. Her title is Revisiting Narrative Spaces, a Struggle for Identity and Recognition. Over to you, Dr. Carey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to the organizers for giving me this title. Here in my paper, I've basically spoken about oral spaces and the narrative spaces. And I've brought up the question about the position of women in the Khasi society, and also whether there is enough space, literary or even historical, for these women. I have also brought in a few accounts, historical accounts of women here. Basically, the two women that I have spoken of, one is Kapanolai and the other is Kanaban Soyan. So here, when I talk about narrative spaces, it can be of various types. It can be pages in a literary text. It can be narration of stories to a live audience in the present time or moment in a particular space, like the online space also can be one. And then we have spaces of places, which can be names of places or historical landscapes or other specific names of places, waterfalls, mountains and streets, or even a park. So these narrative spaces have actually shifted from the literary space or the written space of a book to that of a geographical or physical space. So here my focus basically is in this space, this narrative space, whether it's given to these two women in particular. So basically I have revisited these narrative spaces, and I've tried to find the documentation with regards to Kapanolite and even Governor Bonsarian. And I found here about Kapanolite, very little is written about her childhood, except for one that Daniel Stone Lingdo has written in the book Kajat Nonglai Lingdot Nonglai Kathamei Bat Kibinjak. Here the story is focused on her courage and bravery, which goes back to the year of 1829. And this story also has been recorded by a colonial writer, A. White, in the book named A Memoir of the Late David Scott Esquire. But here, basically, the focus is on Tirot Singh's aim. So there are many incidents which culminated in the Nong Klau massacre, and the Nong Klau uprising led to the beginning of the Khasi's aims to resist the British. And it's also recorded, a little bit about this incident, but nothing about Kapanolite's feat. However, the KSU has also fought that she should be recognized, and therefore Lady Hydrey Park should be renamed as Kapanolite Park. Now the question here is, who would then remember Lady Hydrey? She would be forgotten in time. And now the renaming of the park to Kapanolite on the 4th of April 2018 brings forth a new narration. And generations from now would remember this as Kapanolite Park. So this geographical space basically would be renamed at the cost of erasing the memory of something that was part of history. Now again, coming to another personality here, Kanabon Savian. There is a lot of record here, however, about the first conversions, and it was in the 10th of March 1846 that we have two candidates, Amor and Urut John, who were baptized, and the first female convert is Kanabon Sivan. She was baptized in the year 1848, 16th of July. So in the same year, there are other 6 women also who were converted. So here, there are records from the church. So we do find about her life, which has been recorded in short in the church history. And she was born in Maumlo in the scenic Sora region of the Khasi Hills in the year 1832. And however, she gave up her inheritance because of the fact that she wanted to become a Christian. And then we find also the construction of the mission compounds at that point of time, which was meant for the protection of the first Khasi converts. So Nabon sought the protection of the missionaries because it's recorded that she wanted to escape the violent threats of her family members and relatives who disapprove of her becoming a Christian. So she ran to the mission compound, and at that point of time, Reverend Lewis encouraged her to return home, but because of the terrorization that increased, she was provided shelter in the mission compound. So it was in the year, after 161 years after her death, a documentary was made by, about Kanabon Savian, which was titled Nabon, A Journey of Faith, and it was released by and directed by K.K. Kharluki and scripted and written by H.B. Kharluki. So this film adaptation of Kanabon is an interpretation of one narrative and represented by the director from his point of view. So
Sorry
it's a
for the
pioneering
interruption.
Yes,
You
sir.
have 1 more minute.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So it is a pioneering film that brings forth the struggle and pain of Kanabon Savian, which she had to experience. So to end with the words of David Herman, to quote him, the past several decades have in fact witnessed an explosion of interest in narrative, with this multifaceted object of inquiry becoming a central concern in a wide range of disciplines and research contexts, unquote. So in conclusion, one can say that there are innumerable stories and narratives, and there are multiple meta-narratives which are actually told with authority. There is no one grand narrative here, because if we are to talk about the achievements and role of these two women, we have to go to these multiple meta narratives. So one cannot therefore dismiss the oral narratives as untrue, for narrative lies in the heart of the people, and it is narrating such stories that one can transmit the body of knowledge to the future generations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I have a few questions. In fact, I have written many questions for you based on your presentation, but I would like to ask a couple. Why there was a limited space for the Khasi women in history, even though it is a matrilineal society. And do you think the Western Christian mission set the narrative space for the Kasi women?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Very tricky one indeed. Yes, sir, that is the same question that I have delved into, because what I have found is that in history, not much is written in the written records, not much is there. However, in the oral space, the narration that my grandmother told me and so on and so forth, it is there. But in the written space, it is limited. However, in the oral space, it is very much there. But there are multiple narratives, like about Kapanolai, there are multiple narratives. However, when it comes to Karnabon Savian, they are these stories that have been recorded by the church. So most probably you can say that when the colonials came here and the mission workers came here, they did write at length about whatever incidents happened in the past. So when it came to Kapanolai, nothing much was written because of the fact that she's just a minor character, and the Utirot Singh's aim was the focus of their written records, not Kapanolai.
All right, thank you. While revisiting these spaces as a struggle for identity, do you see them as a cultural memory?
Well, I had taken them as narrative spaces, as narration, but it also can be, cultural memory, because most of the stories that I came to know are from these oral narratives being told by my grandmother or by my very old, my grandmother's friends and so on. So these narrations are all, so to say, cultural memory to us. But I'm trying to record them in the written form, because now we're going to be written. So the spoken word, as well in the previous people it has been spoken, it is still very much important. So.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Naomi. We will go to the next presenter, Ayushman Dattu, titled Performance Theatre and Myriad Shades of Manipuri Theatre, an analysis of selected plays of Ratan Thiam and Hainsnam Kanhale. Over to you, Ayushman.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, please go ahead.
A very good morning to everyone, the chairperson, the co-presenters and the attendees. So my paper is titled Performance and the Myriad Shades of Manipuri Theatre, Analysis of Select Plays of Ratan Thiam and Hainsnam Kanhale. Here I'm basically looking at history, politics, three aspects: history, politics, and Manipuri identity. And these become very important in trying to assess the plays of the two playwrights which I have mentioned. And coupled with this is also the strong ritualistic tradition which is exuded through their plays. As we all know that Manipur's history post-independence has been immersed in a lot of conflict, and there has also been a lot of resistance, starting from the infamous merger in 1949 to the introduction of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act in 1958. So Thiam and Kanhailal's plays are enacted in a politically charged environment, and it is quite natural, therefore, that politics, history, and the question of quote-unquote unique Manipuri identity, in contrast to the broader idea of a national identity, become a major thematic concern in these plays. So they not only foreground the historical context and political overtones of Manipur, but also satirize the notion of a common, quote-unquote, common national identity. The plays, therefore, of Thiam and Kanhailal definitely cannot be read in isolation without an awareness of the historical background, of the historical backdrop in which it was written or performed. So my paper basically tries to look at some of the plays of Thiam and Kanhailal while taking into consideration the troubled historical backdrop of Manipur and the ramifications of this struggle, which leads to a certain alienation from ideas of nationalism vis-a-vis national identity and the nation building process of the country. Now, if we look at um, specific issues like the AFSPA, which was introduced in 1958 in Manipur. Now, this created a lot of tension in Manipur, and it has also led to a lot of protest. It has led to insurgency, and this can be seen in somebody like Irom Sharmila, which who has protested for years against this infamous AFSPA. And this similar sort of a protest or a resistance can also be seen in the plays of Ratan Thiam and Kanhailal. Now, if we look at some of the plays of Ratan Thiam, for instance, if we look at Chakravyuha, for instance. Now, this play recreates the story of Abhimanyu, and it places it in a modern context, that of Manipur. So what happens here is something which is very interesting, because in contrast to the Abhimanyu in Mahabharata, who is well known for his gallantry and audacious bravery at the battlefield, by killing tens of thousands of Kaurava soldiers in the Battle of Kurukshetra before embracing his own death, Thiam's Abhimanyu becomes some sort of a sacrificial lamb, a scapegoat for the Pandava army. Now, even if we look at the other characters, they seem to defy their historical representations, and we see that Arjuna or Yudhishthira or Bhim are anything but heroic in the play. Arjuna, who is in fact one of the central characters in Mahabharata, obtains a sort of marginal role in Chakravyuha, and he merely hovers in the background.
Sorry for the interruption. You have 1 more minute.
Yes. So these characters become representative figures in many ways. And if we look at plays like Uttara Priyadarshi, where we are looking at the character of Ashoka, he again becomes a representative figure who probably represents the commoners of Manipur and their struggle. Now, again, if we look at Kanhailal and his play Draupadi, now what had happened was in the first time when Draupadi was actually performed, Savitri Devi, who had actually played Draupadi, had gone completely nude in front of a live audience. And this again can, this tells us about the angst and the kind of anger that the Manipuri commoners have against infamous, these issues like the AFSPA.
I request you to conclude, please. Yeah.
So in many ways, we can say that identity here becomes a problematic issue, as there is a sense of alienation from the concept of quote unquote common national identity. And in many ways, we can say that the theater of Kanhailal and Thiam in itself is a way of showing resistance, not just to ideas of this common national identity, but also in resisting the westernization of Manipuri theater. So in conclusion, I would like to quote theater critic B.D. Singh, who says that the theater of Kanhailal depicts the dialectical antagonism between oppression and resistance.
Thank you, Ayushman. I have a couple of questions. How do you place theater as a form in the discourse on identity, particularly in the contemporary Manipuri context?
I think in terms of Manipur, if we're looking at the genesis of Manipuri theater, Manipur's theater has been a very, very political theater. If we look at Arambam Somerendra, or if we are looking at Ratan Thiam or Kanhailal for that matter. So what happens here is, in many ways, I was also trying to talk about the idea of community in my paper. And in many ways, what happens here is it sort of becomes, the question of identity becomes a sort of, through theater, they are actually trying to address the problems of that these commoners are facing in Manipur. So in many ways, theater exudes the question of quote unquote the common national identity, and how these Manipuris beg to differ from this whole idea of a common national identity vis-a-vis the nation building process of the country. So
Thank you, Aishman. And now we open the floor for questions. There's one question posted to Aishman once again. Manipur state is very diverse in terms of culture and languages. So how do you delimit your study, and who are the Manipuri your study talking about? This is a question from Elizabeth.
sir, sorry, sir, could you please repeat the question again?
Yeah, Manipur state is very diverse in terms of culture and languages. So how do you delimit your study, and who are the Manipuri your study talking about?
Okay, so basically, what I am doing here, I am basically focusing on the theater community here of Ratanthiam and the chorus repertory theater of Ratanthiam, and on the other hand, we have the Kalakshetra Manipur of Haisnam Kanhailal. So. When I'm talking about Manipuri identity, I'm actually talking about the Manipuri identity in terms of the theater community of these two playwrights. So I think that is how I am, that is what I am talking about particularly.
All right, thank you. And it's 10:30 now. The chat box is, any other questions? We don't have any other questions. And so I take this opportunity to thank all the paper presenters, and it was quite interdisciplinary. There were studies from language, folklore, visual identity, digital media, gender, performing arts, and the type of methods and approaches that I've used. And some of you have looked at the phenomenology, some of you looked at narrative analysis, some of you have looked at the terrorist studies, and so on. So I'm sure this session, this panel has enriched the conference theme, identity, and the way it looked at, and I'm sure these papers were interdisciplinary and intertextual and intercultural as well. So thank you once again, all the participants, for the paper presenters, and also the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karthik. That was a very interesting and very engaging session. And thank you so much as well for leading it so beautifully. We would also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our presenters who are a part of this panel, starting with Dr. Amanda Christie Tongper, Mei Sung Dai Gon Mei, Patricia Mary Hodge, Kaiko Ashuni, Rohan Pillai, Dr. Naomi Carey Nonglight, and Ayushman Datta. It was indeed a pleasure to have all of you here with us as well. We have approached the end of this first presenters panel for the day. However, we shall get back. The next session will be at 10:45. We request all of our presenters as well as our participants to hold on and join us back when our session resumes. Once again, thank you very much. Dr. Karthik, it was really lovely to have you here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosemary.
ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತೊಂದರೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ.
A very good morning to you all once again, and welcome once again to our session, our second presenters panel session. We are very glad to have here with us today Professor Basavraj P. Donur, who will be the chairperson for the session concerned. Professor Basavraj P. Donur is presently the Professor and Head, Department of English and Dean, School of Humanities and Languages, Central University of Karnataka. He has done his PhD in English and in Kannada. Professor Donur has published more than 30 books on drama in English and in Kannada, more than 60 research articles, 16 poems and news articles, and completed many centrally funded research projects. He has presented and participated in reputed national and international seminars and conferences. Prior to serving in the Central University of Karnataka, Professor Donur has served as Associate Professor, Department of English, Karnataka Arts College, Dharwad, Karnataka, and as Associate Professor in the Department of English, Karnataka State Women's University, Vijaypur, Karnataka. He had also served as a member of jury for many reputed awards in Literature and Sahitya Academy. Professor Donur is the regular invitee for talks to Radio and Doordarshan Karnataka. He was invited for FLE learning in England and has chaired a session at a 3-day international conference on social sciences and humanities at Oxford College, at Oxford University in August 2017. He's visited St. Anne's College, Trinity College, Queen's College, Asian Centre Studies at Oxford University and King's College in Cambridge University, and held discussions with the faculty on post-colonial studies and world theatre. It is indeed a pleasure to have you with us, sir. Before I hand over the session to him, I would also like to introduce our panelists for this session. We have here today Vineet Kumar Jha Utpal, Subhajit Paul, Dr. Trinad Nukathoti, Ripunjoy Kumar Sharma, Jin Muan Thang, Tanzim Masood, and Ashwini Ramesh. So a warm welcome to each one of our panelists as well. And over to you, Professor Basavraj Donur. Thank you.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Rosemary, for your nice words about me. Thank you so much. Good morning to you, and I welcome all of you to this international webinar on behalf of the Department of Journalism of Central University of Karnataka, Kalaburgi, Karnataka. We have 7 resource persons to speak in this plenary session, and we have just 1 hour at our disposal. And the structure of this plenary session is like this. All the 7 resource persons will be given 5 minutes each to speak, followed by 1 or 2 questions. And I can also take questions if there are any from the audience. So with this very short piece of information to all the resource persons, I think we can begin the session. And after 4 minutes, there will be an alert, and the resource person has to conclude his or her presentation within 5 minutes, so that we can wind up the entire session in 1 hour to facilitate the further proceedings. Thank you so much, and welcome to this very important plenary session again. We have with us Vineet Kumar Jha Utpal. He will speak on identity construction of Tablighi in the time of Corona crisis. Over to Utpal.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, my colleagues. Today I present on topic Tablighi Jamaat, identity construction of Tablighi in the time of Corona crisis. Tablighi Jamaat, identified as the main culprit to spread Corona in the early days in India, several cases filed against the people associated with Tablighi Jamaat all over the country. This 100 years old organization was never in the news before this in India. In meantime, mainstream media became active to spread terror against Tablighi and use the word Corona Jihad, Corona terrorism on television news channel, and the men hiding in the markets, etc. in the newspaper headlines. The identity of Tablighi Jamaat was badly battered, and it was believed that Tablighi was largely responsible for the spread of coronavirus in India. Most of the social media users criticize Tablighi Jamaat, and therefore my research is to attempt to look at the nonsense of identity formation of Tablighi Jamaat on the social media site Facebook. There is a lot of researches that have happened related to Tablighi, but very little has been done in the identity construction of Tablighi by the media and the social media. This research aims to fill the gap to understand the concept and identity of Tablighi Jamaat on social media by its users and to study the conversion in the favor of or against the Tablighi Jamaat. Religion is also a fundamental social identity concept for the many people in different societies in the sense of self and interaction. The religious subjects tend to be more conservative and prejudiced than non-religious subjects. It consists of knowledge and belief about a specific social group, much of which is negative in nature and strongly affected the ways in which we deal with incoming information. In this regard, the profile might be entirely erroneous, but even a false assumption is important when the individuals who harbor the assumption live in a society where the majority of people share their beliefs. This research is based on corpus-assisted discourse studies and topic modeling. Through this method, unstructured data has been collected from the walls of the social media platform, Facebook. Therefore, the universe of my study is Facebook. This methodology allows quantification and visualization of themes that arise inductively from the text. Therefore, my study deals with the contents posted on Facebook from March to June 2020. In this study, the topics are found with the help of the topic modeling approach and find all the Facebook posts which contains case incentives, search the word Tablighi Nizamuddin Markaz in English, that is Roman script, and in Hindi language, that is Devanagari script. This research documented and studies all the Facebook posts and their comments related to the identity of Tablighi Jamaat and find 210 posts on Facebook. Then the post and their comments of the users are also analyzed manually and identified and categorized which deliver the Tablighi related post. In the following analysis, the researcher first implemented a topic modeling techniques for all the posts to capture separate topics. A corpus of topics emerged such as jihad, terrorist, Gaddar, Islamic conspiracy, criminal police, propaganda, human bomb, lynching, misleading, dangerous, Islamophobe, nonsense, brainwashed, doctored, anti-social, anti-nationalist, irresponsible, conversion, etc. These topic categories are manually constructed through close study of continuous topics. Before starting the analysis...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have just 1 minute.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay. As the researcher argued that the topic analyzed here captured the discussed landscape, the identity of certain community, it has been seen that most subjects are associated with hate crime to construct the identity of either Tablighi or Muslims. Freedom of speech is the fundamental right for everyone, but social media users are meant to promote hate speech against certain community of the society. Social media became the platform to express their frustration against certain community and find a change for it. Every word has multiple meaning and multiple concept for multiple audiences. Then the complex range of emotion and behaviors emerge to construct identity of a certain group. In this corona pandemic situation, social media have a crucial role to engage its users to express their feelings and cure for this. Hence, social media users must think about their words and language when express their feelings on social media and initiated self-control behavior to spread hate speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Utpal. I very carefully listened to your presentation this morning, and I also listened to your recorded video. I like the way in which you have argued your case. I have a couple of questions to ask you. I don't know whether I will be able to ask all the questions to you because of time limit. Utpal, how do you say that social media platforms became the tool to spread hate against Tablighi? Because you and I are also part of this social media.
Yeah, because last few years we have seen all these things. Any social media platform became a tool of spreading information or misinformation or hate news or false news or fake news. So I think I have seen in Anna Andolan in India and also abroad, there are several things happen through the social media platform, either Facebook or Twitter or etc. So I think this.
All right, all right. I have some more questions to ask you, and I will call you and ask these questions. But I would like to just make one small observation that we may not generalize, because there are people who do not do it, and there are people also who say that this is not correct. This language is not correct. Okay, thank you so much. So the second resource person to speak today in this session is.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Subhajit Paul and Dr. Uttam Kaur Pegu. They'll speak on cinematic narratives and stereotypical characterization of Islam in Indian cinema, and analysis on Bollywood cinema produced during Babri Masjid demolition. This is written in collaboration. I don't know who is going to speak. Subhajit Paul. I think, should we go to the next resource person?
Yes, sir. We can go to the next resource person, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And our next resource person is Dr. Trinath Nokothot, and he is my colleague in Central University of Karnataka. And Trinath will be speaking on the topic by the caste from the caste dispensation of media in India presenter. Over to Dr. Trinath. Dr. Trinath has not joined. Should I wait for him?
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Trinath. Dr. Trinath, please speak.
Sir, actually,
yeah,
on the desktop I am unable to.
No problem. You are audible. You can speak. You want me to wait for some more time? Shall I take up? Go for the next resource person? I think. Dr. Trinath. Can you hear me? Yeah, Trinath, Dr. Trinath, you are audible. You can speak.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, please speak. Dr. Trinath?
So I think we can go for the next one till
That's better.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I think Tanjim Masood is present.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are quite audible. And now I request Tanjim Masood to speak on sketching the Kilonjia Musalman identity, culture and politics in the Assamese Muslim community.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning to the respected chairperson and all the panels present here in the presentation. So today I'll be speaking on my topic, sketching the Kilonjia Musalman identity, culture and politics in the Assamese Muslim community. So now the term Khilonja means indigenous. So I'll be delving into the indigenous Assamese Muslims in Assam. So the term Assamese Muslims, whenever we talk about the term Assamese Muslim or Okhame Musalman, it itself suggests a specific community that is trying to create an equilibrium between its linguistic, ethnic, and religious identity. So there's this intersectionality between these identities when we talk about that Assamese Muslims. So Assamese Muslims are also known as Tholwa Musalman, Okhamiya Musalman, or Khilonja Musalman in the local language, and they are well assimilated into the Assamese society and are well integrated with the Assamese identity and nationality on the basis of language, that is Assamese or Okhamiya. So the identity of the Okhamiya Musalmans is greatly influenced by the Okhamiya folk culture, which can be seen in the many points of similarities that they have in their social cultural identity with that of the Assamese Hindus. However, what we see is that in the post-colonial period, the persistent migration of the Bengali-speaking Muslims from erstwhile East Pakistan and now Bangladesh has created a crisis of identity, not only for the Assamese Hindus, but also for the Assamese Muslims. And the problem arises when all the Muslims are categorized into one singular category. So that is the basic understanding. The Muslims are a homogeneous group, but that is not true. And most of the Muslims, most of the Assamese Muslims in Assam, they do not identify themselves with the later entrants or the later Bengali entrants, and they consider these migrants, the later migrants, to be a threat to their identity, similar to the Assamese Hindus. So now the historical methodology that I've used in the entire paper is ethnographic methods, historical methodology, of course, along with ethnographic methods like unstructured interviews and observations. Then I have also used primary sources like newspaper reports, documents, census reports. And then I have used secondary sources that, that has various articles and journals and books. So now coming to the Okhamiya Musalman, so the Assamese Muslims, so now the Muslims in Assam themselves are not a homogeneous category. We have the Barak Valley Muslims, we have the Assamese Muslims, we have the Deshi Muslims who are the migrants from who had migrated from UP, Bihar, or as far as Peshawar and Kabul, and then we have also the Bangladeshi Muslims or the immigrant Muslims who are also known as Miyas in Assam. So, but my paper focuses on the first category of Muslims in Assam, that is the Okhamiya Musalman. And when we go through the ethnographic and the documental sources, we see that the caste system too has an influence on the Assamese Muslims, and we see that there are various split up categories into into caste-like groups like Sayyids, Sheikhs, and Morias, with the Sheikhs being at the top of the hierarchy, the Sheikhs in the middle, and the Morias at the bottom. So now, what is very interesting is that there are restrictions on the intermarriages between these groups, but and it's practiced till the very recent times. And however, there are other rigid restrictions followed. Like social interaction or interdiring are not followed by these groups. But there's a certain othering that is always practiced by these groups against each other. Now, the Assamese Muslims, they have retained many of the customs and the rituals of the indigenous Assamese culture, which may be because of the fact that a good fraction of them were actually indigenous converts, and maybe because the early Muslim settlers, be it the Muslim soldiers or the artisans or the technicians, they did not bring in their wives with them, which led them to marry local non-Muslim women. So the syncretism of the Assamese society is also reflected by the fact that even Azam Fakir, who popularized zikr in Assam, is believed to have married a very high status Ahom women and not a Muslim women. So according to census reports of 1881, what we see is that the Muslim converts in Assam were ignorant of the Islamic faith. So it is said that some of them, they had not even heard of Prophet Muhammad, and they thought that Prophet Muhammad was somebody like Hindu god Rama, and the Assamese Hindu converts to Islam, they could not completely cut off from the early Hindu social life and retain various Hindu norms such as restrictions on interdiring or
Sorry to interrupt you, Masood. You have 1 minute to conclude, please.
Yes, okay. So. With my own ethnographical observations in districts of Jorhat, Sibsagar, Nagaon, Dibrugarh, I have found out that Assamese Muslims in many points of similarity in their socio-cultural identity, and that can be seen in the marriage customs, in the childbirth rituals, in the death and the post-death rituals of the Assamese Muslims. And it remains a combination of Islamic as well as the indigenous folk tradition or the Majoritarian tradition in these districts. So now, even though we see these evidences of syncretism in Assam, the violent politics of identity from the 20th century, it has led to identity crisis of the Okome Musalmans, especially the politics of migration. And the Assamese Muslims at present, they feel that they are being marginalized, and the impact of which is twofold. On one hand, we see political parties that have sprung up, giving an united representation to various groups within one singular fold, paving the way for the unity among the different groups. On the other hand, we see that a section of the Assamese Muslims have begun to feel disconnected with both their Muslim as well as their Assamese identity. That'll be all from my side, sir.
Thank you, Masood, for your beautiful presentation. And
Thank you, sir.
I
hear me?
find it very difficult to interrupt you when you were speaking so well, but we have to respect time. That's the reason why I interrupt you and others also. And I request all of you to excuse me for interrupting your beautiful presentations. Now we can also take questions, and I can't see this chat box. I have some technical problem here. I requested the organizers to help me in if there is any question in the chat box. I have one quick question to you, and we can take 1 or 2 short questions from the audience if there are any. Masood, what are the implications or consequences of the dissolution of the religious unities of Goria and other Muslims of Assam under inter-regional differences in society and culture?
Sir, the Gorias and the Morias, there are certain practices. For example, when we talk about the Assamese Muslim, let us take the example of only the Gorias and the Morias. The Assamese Muslim can be divided into 2 main groups, the Gorias and the Morias. And then there are similarities, of course. The Islamic practices are followed by both these groups, but there are certain practices like, for example, cousin marriages. Now, cousin or kin marriages is something that is not to be found in the Goria community. Especially in the present context, it is almost non-existent, we can say. But in the Gorias, they have still, retained this practice of cousin marriages. So yes, there are this religious unities, the basic religious, the Islamic tenets that are being followed by these different groups, but then there are some variations as well.
Thank you. One last question for you.
Yes.
What do you think should government do to improve the socio-economic, political, cultural life of these Muslims of Assam? Short answer.
First of all, I think, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. First of all, when talking about the government, I think the government totally homogenizes the community. In the recent times, there's this news that they are trying to separate the Assamese Muslims into different categories, and the ST status will be provided to these groups. But instead of doing that, it is better that we understand these differences and we also respect these differences. And there's a lot of scope for research in these lines, because a lot of when I look into this secondary sources, there are not a lot of sources that are to be found on my topic. That is the Khilonja Musalman. Therefore, I have to go through a lot of. So, if similar research is, is supported by the government or funded by the government, I think that will be very.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Trinath is around.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Trinath. So I request you to speak on the topic by the caste, of the caste, for the caste, dispensation of media in India, presenter.
Yeah. Good morning, one and all. Respected Chair, Professor Suraj Donor, sir. I really thank the organizer for arranging such a beautiful and disciplined and timely international seminar. Okay, to begin with, we all know that Indian society is a caste-ridden society, whether we accept it or not. It's a caste-ridden society. In 2020, if we are talking about caste means, it exists. We are not talking about sati much. We are not talking about child marriage much because they don't exist. So we are talking about caste means it exists. So all that I try to do in this, it's a secondary study, a kind of positivist and with normative approach. So I try to look at the diversity in Indian media because media is such an important institution in society. So I try to look at the social diversity that is there, that has been there in Indian media. And we all know that caste has been a social institution since centuries in India. So it is not receiving as much attention as it deserves across the international forum, academic platforms like gender, environment, corruption, all those things. It is not receiving deserving attention. So media is exclusive because there has been a study by Oxfam saying that the representation of scheduled caste in Indian media at the decision-making bodies is 0% across major national news channels, English and Hindi, print media, even articles published. Representation is 0. So why is it so exclusive? Because our society is exclusive, that has been reflected into our media. You take any politics, sports in India, judiciary in India, we have various other institutions which are just the replica of our society. So is the media. And of late, media has become more a kind of advertisement industry than a journalism industry. So Professor P. Saina says that media of late, it is no more associated with bringing the news or uncovering the stories. It has become an advertisement industry and profit-making industry. And it is no more, it has been ascribed as the fourth estate of the democracy. But it is the only estate which seeks profit. Other three estates, though they make profits, but they don't seek profits. But media is the only institution which seeks profits. And it is in of late, it has become so what you call corporatized, politicized, and it has become an extension of social stigmatization in India. It is because of the fact that they are the beneficiaries of caste hierarchy in India. They do not want to lose that caste hierarchy. Even if they report news or report cover stories with regard to the Dalits, it is mostly against the reservation and stereotyping the reservation, and there has been no sufficient and substantial discussion on what is caste, how to annihilate caste, or how to address this caste, or there has been not much discussion on social stigmatization like how panchayats, etc. And social issues, they don't make it to the Indian screen because they don't make profit. So if you discuss, see, every news channel, every news paper industry, they have correspondents for business correspondent, Bollywood correspondent, or cricket correspondent, so like sports correspondent. But they don't seem to have correspondents for rural India or women or even agriculture or and for that matter, social issues. Social issues, they conveniently and intentionally ignore. Even if one tries to do that within this circuit, there will be hardly any encouragement from peer groups or the management. So when 70% of the population is missing from your media houses, you are in a position to dictate morals and direct the country's economy, polity, or whatever. But if you don't have diversity in your houses, what moral right do you have to direct the society? You claim yourself as a fourth estate, but you don't have.
Dr. Sridhar, sorry to interrupt you. You have 1 minute to conclude, please.
Yes, sir. If you look at this press freedom index, World Press Freedom Index, we are behind Afghanistan, behind South Sudan, and behind Ethiopia. So therefore, if you don't have diversity in your media houses, if you cannot accommodate your own countrymen, and we don't expect you to teach morals to the society, and media seems to be having moral right on everything, but they are accountable to none. Maximum rights, minimum responsibility. So therefore, as long as they do not accommodate diversity, because diversity should be the soul of it should be like air and water to any society. So they should be in a position to accommodate people so that diversity is reflected. You will have churning of ideas, new ideas will come up. You cannot always promote the social stigmatization as long as you do not keep the diversity intact, irrespective of our screens. If you look at Indian screens, majority of them, you don't find skull cap screens, brown skin and black skin screens. There is a kind of racist structure. They promote social stereotypes, anti-reservation policies, and jingoism, a patriarchal system. The media should rise because it appears to be the only hope for the society. All other institutions, they have their own limitations. Media, at least, it is regarded as the eternal opposition. Whoever may be in power position, it should always be with neither with ruling party nor with the opposition party. It should be with people. So as long as you are not reflective, As if you are confined to the few sections, few communities, few regions, few sports, then it is not going to lead anywhere. It is only going to impoverish its own media. And we can look at the trends in India of late, how media has become an extension to the political power, corporate power, and the social power. So the Dalits, if you cannot own your own 70 to 75% of population, if they're zero, then your moral rights to talk to people, and you cannot say, last point, I'll finish with the last point, you cannot say that you are a private entity, because if you are a private entity, you cannot take subsidies from the government. All media houses, they take a lot of subsidies from the different governments. So you cannot say that you don't have any social responsibility. If that is the case, you cannot say that fourth estate, and you cannot claim to have any social responsibility of sensitizing the masses. Thank you. I finish with this one quote by Mark Twain. If you read newspapers, you are uninformed. If you don't read in newspapers, you are misinformed. So either way, it is going to be a kind of corporatized media. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Trinath, for your nice presentation, and you were very clear about your approach to the topic, and you made some very pertinent observations about the media with respect to the caste system. And we all know that the biggest challenge and problem for every Indian is the caste system. Despite our very genuine and efforts to remove the caste system, we have not succeeded in it. And about the media, because media, after all, it's human in the sense the people who run media, who print news and edit news, are also human beings. Not just the people who, don't you think that not just the people who take subsidies from the government should have social responsibility, and every single person living in this country should also have some kind of social responsibility?
Yes, sir. Actually, it is not that media. See, whoever says that there is no caste, I think they are the first casteist. I believe whoever says that, because it is visible, they are not able to see it. So the responsibility lies with not only the more responsibility lies with the people who are at the helm of affairs, not the victims. Actually, beneficiaries. They are beneficiaries of the caste system, political power, economy, education, employment. So they are beneficiaries. They should come forward. Of course, lower caste also, there is a casteist structure. Is there, inequalities are there? But everybody should, because we are sailing in a same boat. If majority of them are underrepresented in politics, education, and everywhere, and in a way it becomes a recent group over a long period of time, it might lead to anything, or it can lead to a revolution also. In fact, only reservation has avoided this kind of resentment. Otherwise, there would have been a different story in India, as I feel. So therefore, I feel that it's the responsibility of policy makers, decision makers, especially the political regime. It should own more responsibility, because they are in a driving seat. It should promote policy, because
I agree with you. Please.
Any society which any government which does not try to play down the identities, it will not survive, sir. It should play down the identities, and it should only enhance the importance of poverty, unemployment, and the real issues, not this identity issue.
Thank you. And we can take one question from the audience.
One person, I think they have posted one question.
Can you read? Yeah, can you read for me?
If media starts giving reservation, it will start promoting casteism. Hence, no. So see,
quick response. Your quick response.
Nobody. Actually, it is upper caste who are enjoying reservation in India in political power, land, economy, politics, education. It's not Dalits. It's actually de-reservation. They have experienced reservation for the last 3,000 years. Only in the last 50, 60 years, they have been experiencing. I can give more elaborate answer since time does not permit. That is my answer. It is the upper caste who have enjoyed reservations. They have been enjoying. It's not the Dalits.
Thank you, Trinath, for your candid opinion. Now, Subhajit Paul is around.
I think he has just joined in, sir. Let me just check once again.
Yeah.
Apparently his network has been going on and off. So yes, I think he has joined in, sir.
Yeah.
Subhajit, can you come online?
So,
Yeah.
Good morning, Subhajit.
yeah, I'm online. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are quite audible. And
Good morning, sir. Good morning to all panelists.
Good morning, and I request you to speak on the topic cinematic narratives and stereotypical characterization of Islam in Indian cinema, an analysis on Bollywood cinema produced post Babri Masjid demolition. Subhajit.
Okay, sir.
You have 5 minutes to speak.
Yeah, I'll try to keep myself short. Okay.
Sure.
If you could also switch on your camera, Subhajit, thank you.
Okay, is it on?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. So essentially, me and my co-author, Dr. Uttam Pegu, we came up with this idea of working on a paper because essentially we look at the watershed moment in the Indian cinema industry with reference to the Babri Masjid's demolition. We believe that the Babri Masjid demolition was one point in time which shifted the middle ground of public opinion towards the more right-leaning. That was the start of the right-wing politics in India, the polarization that we talk about at the moment across different media organizations. It actually started with reference to the Babri Masjid. As we know that, the base always has an influence on the superstructure. So I'm bringing in Marx here because it helps us essentially to understand, to look at the media in a more critical perspective. Although, any extremist ideology is bad, but then we need to understand how our forefathers envisaged the idea of the Indian nation and how it is slowly transforming, because this is essentially a debate about the idea of India. So if we look back at Nehru, if we go to his essential works on Indian nationalism, he spoke about something called Dharm Nirpekshta, which is more akin to the Western idea of secularism as compared to the Indian idea. The Indian idea of secularism bases itself on this particular idea called Sarva Dharma Sambhav. Sarva Dharma Sambhav means equal endorsement of all religions. So that is where Indian secularism and Western secularism are different from each other. But then if we look at the kind of nationalism that is being promoted at the moment, we are technically going away from whether we talk about the Western idea of secularism or whether we talk about the Indian idea of secularism. It is bad on both sides because I would say, the idea of India that we started off with, it was essentially a problem. We are having a problem on that, and then we are shifting from that. And this is reflected in our cinema of the times. If we look right after independence, the kind of cinema that we had and the depiction of the Muslims in that cinema was, I would give you an example of Mughal Azam. Mughal Azam essentially depicted the Muslims as the royalty. But slowly with post 1990s, the depiction of Muslims in Indian cinema has changed. So if we look at post 1990s, the films that I have selected for this particular study are Zakham, Bombay, as well as another film that we have picked up. And in these three films, the Muslims are essentially portrayed as the outsider or a barbarian. Even the more recent films, if we look at the films of the recent times, just like Padmavat, you would remember that Alauddin Khilji, the character of Alauddin Khilji, is depicted as a barbarian, as an outsider who comes to rape and pillage. So and then there is also the example of another film called Qurban, which essentially shows Muslim as a radicalized terrorist. So, there is a gradual shift in the way the Muslim characters are depicted in the cinema in India from time to time. So, the framework that we have used for the particular study are narratology, and we are looking at semiotic analysis. But then, as I mentioned, it is a working paper in progress. But yes, what we can conclude as of now is, essentially there has been a difference with the transformation of the idea of Indian nation. There has been a transformation of the kind of depiction that is there in the cinema of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your nice presentation. And I would like to request you to compare films with Indian films with Indian dramas, so that you will get a clear picture of how Muslims are treated. For example, in Girish Karnad's Tughlaq, Tughlaq is both in history he is stupid and barbaric, and in Karnad's Tughlaq he is wise and also very sensible. Very sensible. And Indian dramas look at all Muslim kings from a different perspective. Okay, it's a nice presentation, and I like it very much. And I have one or two quick questions to you. Despite hundreds of years of coexistence, why do Muslims and Hindus still remain the other to each other?
So it's a very complicated question to answer. I think the problem is on both sides, because I personally identify as a Hindu, okay, but then as I grew up, I would say that I was not conditioned into the Islamic culture, or for that matter, as a Muslim, when they grow up, they are not conditioned into the Hindu culture. So rather than talking about this so-called Western idea of secularism, which hasn't really worked for us, we need to talk about the idea of Sarva Dharma Sambhav. As a Hindu, I must learn about Islam, and as a Muslim person should also learn about Hinduism. So that way we will learn to respect each other's religions, rather than going about the irreligious way. Like there are these proponents of Western idea of secularism who talk about some sort of an atheism, because an atheism never worked in India at any point in time. So I think it's more about, I think we need to learn about each other's religion more, and I think that would help us understand and probably bring about a more I would say a more cultural learning from each other.
Thank you. I think this is the stand that every academician has to take. All right. We can take one or two quick questions from the audience. All right. Thank you. Now, Ripunjoy Kumar Sharma is around.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You're quite audible. Thank you, and I also I welcome you again to this plenary session, and request you to speak on the topic identity, politics, and media narratives. How newspapers frame conflict and violence through editorials. Over to Sharma.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all panelists, and thank you all the organizers of this conference. My topic is identity politics and media narratives, how newspapers frame conflict and violence through editorials. So the research question is implicit in the title itself. To give a brief overview, this paper is about representation of an issue in media from different perspectives. The issue here is of conflict and violence, and the approach or devices used to see it from different perspectives is framing. The methodology involves textual analysis of framing devices, especially cultural frames, used in newspaper editorials of two leading English dailies published from Assam, the Assam Tribune and the Sentinel, to show deployment of different frames on a single issue to build different arguments. Identity narratives in Assam have been shaped by perception among the people that the state is insensitive to their demand, be it economic or political. Time and again, be it during the agitation for oil refinery, language movement, Assam agitation, or the Alpha insurgency, it has been seen that lack of timely dialogue or lack of political will to engage with the people leads to prolonged conflict, and use of force to end conflict aggravates the situation, leading to violent repercussions in the society. Same pattern can be seen in the Kakopathar firing incident in February 2006, in which at least 11 people died. Amid an ongoing peace process with the Alpha, the army intensifies operations, picks up an innocent civilian and dumps his dead body the next day without informing anybody. When citizens protest against this atrocity, instead of starting a dialogue with them, the state tries to suppress it through brute force. Now, how the newspapers take up this issue. For the brutality shown by the forces, the Sentinel uses the word terrorism, possibly the strongest word out of the available range of options: killing, atrocity, brutality, torture, etc. The Sentinel establishes the culpability, quote unquote, of the army by juxtaposing its cock and bull story, within a quote, of initially denying any hand in the killing against the knee-jerk action of offering compensation to victims' families soon after. It starts by referring to state atrocities by monarchs in the past during the French Revolution and the Manorama Devi case in Manipur, and it ends by applauding that, within quote, the people of Assam have finally risen above their fear and decided to oppose state terrorism in all its form. This is the road to a civil society, unquote. The Assam Tribune labels the protesting villagers as a mob, a large crowd who attacked the policemen on duty, and later they attacked the police station, railway station, and even the post office was not spared. Thrice it mentions that the police were forced to open fire as no one from the government bothered to visit the area and pacify the agitating people. It suggests that the army top brass be given strict instructions so that no innocent is killed in the name of counterinsurgency operations, but never blames the army for kickstarting the chain of events. In fact, it credits the army for bringing the situation under control and questions the government against treating the Kakopota violence as an isolated incident. The lexical choices of the editorials show on whose side the newspapers stand. They also help in defining roles and distributing blames among participants of an event. The Sentinel is outraged at the brutality of the forces against the common people and welcomes their protest to establish supremacy of the civil society. The Assam Tribune, on the other hand, sent a message completely different from the one constructed by the Sentinel by choosing a different set of words and invoking contrasting frames, which shows that language/culture is a site of tussle for opposing ideologies to create meaning. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharma, for your short but beautiful presentation. I have one question to ask you. We may not deny a deliberate attempt to construct a certain narrative to serve a certain vested interest. Does this mean that every single piece of information is construction?
I will tend to agree with you because in the context of newspapers specifically, we process information and give them certain perspective. We use frames, and in that way, every incident, every kind of information, it's kind of constructed reality, and that's also the reason why I chose opinions, editorials, precisely because I mean the facts were already known to everybody, but these newspapers chose different frames to give their perspectives on those facts, on those reality, and the message came out different to the readers. Sir, hope I am able to give you the correct answer.
Okay, okay. What do you think should be done to check this and to ensure that that medias don't construct reality and they show reality as it is, or they represent all sections of Indian society?
Historically, it has been seen that the media takes sides, and though objectivity is a highly aspired, highly valued value for any kind of journalist in Western societies and also in India, but objectivity is difficult to attain. And now, specifically after the Watergate and the Vietnam War, journalists worldwide, they have come to certain kind of conclusion that objectivity is not only impossible, but it's probably not desirable as well. So all kinds of informations will have certain kind of perspectives because truth doesn't lie at the center. So journalists also have some kind of responsibility to take stand. And though the Western, specifically the American concept of objectivity stresses on uh, giving a balanced view, giving voices to all the stakeholders. But in reality, journalists and the organizations, they tend to take some sort of stand. I don't necessarily see it as a very bad idea, because ultimately you have to have a viewpoint, because only if you stress on information, that will be kind of naive empiricism, and without opinion, without a perspective, those information won't make much sense probably.
Thank you, and I do agree with you that media has to have some kind of objectivity. Unless you are objective, you can't see the truth as it is. So thank you for your wonderful observation. Now, the Ashwini Ramesh, I think Jin Muan Thang is around. Thang is around.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, and I welcome you to this plenary session again, and request you to speak on decoloniality, a post-colonial perspective on culture and identity in the northeast of India.
I believe I'm audible.
You're quite audible, but I can't see you, my dear.
Am I visible now?
Others have to say. I think it's fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway.
You are visible, Jinwanta. We can.
Yeah, so my topic is decoloniality, a post-colonial perspective on culture and identity in the northeast of India. So I'll go straight to the presentation, and a very good morning to everyone. So the paper looks at how colonization and its process in the northeast of India transformed and constructed the region in mainly 3 areas. Firstly, as a theoretical framework, I looked at Aníbal Quijano, who works on colonization of Latin America, and which is further expanded by Walter Mignolo, who both have worked extensively on colonial studies. In short, according to them, colonization displaces indigenous forms of knowledge with European, Western knowledge, thereby knowledge is hierarchized, while other forms of knowledge are either subdued or disregarded. Furthermore, coloniality as an outcome racialized people and divided the world into civilized and uncivilized, developed and underdeveloped, and modernity as a rhetoric made European culture occupy the center while all other cultures are marginalized. So in the light of this framework, the paper argues that ethnic knowledge production such as oral and visual forms are displaced by a new form and means of producing knowledge. Alphabets and written forms replace the spoken. Secondly, the process of the categorization and classification through surveys and manuscripts leading to ethnic classification and categorization, which eventually was inherited and normalized in post-independence India. I also mentioned, depending mainly on Jill Waters, an anthropologist who extensively worked on ethnicity and identity issues in the Northeast and Nagaland in particular, that in post-independence India, ethnicity was translated territoriality, which led to the formation of states based on ethnicity and identity. Thirdly, the paper argues that such description of the hill tribes as a land of headcutters or headhunters, savages, primitive, uncivilized, although in most cases were written for their Western readers, gave them a sense of responsibility and a moral justification for their annexation of territories through their civilizing and proselytizing mission. It is true that Western modernity has brought in the words of Mignolo, the good and the bad. My submission is that from a decolonial perspective, as coined by Mignolo, is the consciousness where you have been located and classified. Decoloniality is an option that everything is an option, and then you begin to act. B, think decoloniality. For decoloniality is both analytic doing and prospective doing, building and rebuilding the ways of life that modernity disavowed and displaced. Lastly, decoloniality is not a negation or acceptance of Western modernity, but a way of conscious rethinking and an alternate way of looking at colonial process as it both changes the past and affect the present. So this is my short presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. This colonialism entered the country, including the northeast of India, in the guise of what you call Western modernity. So what do you call modernity? Western modernity and colonialism, they went hand in hand. And they were in collaboration with each other. There was mutual understanding. We all know it. And coloniality and Western modernity made a deep impact on, as you say, on the oral and visual culture, memory, and the modes of knowledge production. And my question to you, Mr. Tang, you please tell us in short the impact of rhetoric modernity on oral and visual culture, memory, and modes of knowledge production.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope I understood your question.
I think so.
Yeah. So, according to Kikano and Mignolo, modernity is what European sells to the other to the territories, as in modernity as a rhetoric promises salvation through modernization, and that it made European modernity as appealing to the colonies. So in that sense, if you look at the hill tribes of Northeast in particular, it was basically a oral culture. So memory and modes of knowledge were passed on from generation to generation through oral narratives, as the wisdom and knowledge lies with the what you call the elders in general. So with the coming of colonization, these modes of knowledge were replaced by written forms, as oral and visual cultures were negated and were replaced by Western forms of knowledge with the introduction of alphabets and written forms. So in this process, my submission is that many of these forms of knowledge and expression were lost in between this transition period, as in transition from oral culture to written culture. So that is my submission. Yeah.
Thank you. What I would like to add to what you have said is this colonialism and Western modernity made a deep impact on the regional, local culture, tradition, memory, orality, etc., etc. And they only made us understand that what is written has some value, and what is spoken, what is in the public memory, has no place in it. So this is something which we need to address in our in the days to come. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And now we have the last paper presenter, Ashwini. Ashwini has been waiting for a long time. I could see her. Now, Ashwini Ramesh, I request you to speak on the media framing in 24/7 English news channels and analysis of the role of panelists in prime time political news debates.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Respected chairman of the session, dignitaries, scholars, faculty and students. I'm Ashwini Ramesh, and as Sir said, my topic is on media framing in 24/7 English news channels, and I'm going to analyze the role of panelists in these prime time news debates. Explaining the concept of media framing, it means how journalists present news to their audiences using their personal judgments and opinions. Framing means bias. The concept of framing was given in 1974 by Erving Goffman. While doing review of literature for the study, I realized that in India, framing of television news is minuscule. We still need to pay attention, and the Indian academia need to focus more on this topic of research. Hence, the significance of my study stands in not only analyzing that there is bias in television news, it also goes beyond that in analyzing why there is bias and what is the role of panelists in these primetime news debates. The objectives of my study is to analyze the panelist time and the work profile of the panelists, and if they come from political background, what is their political affiliation, what is the women representation among panelists, and what is the percentage of media framing in prime time news debates. The research methodology that I have adopted is quantitative analysis, after which I have done framing analysis on 47 prime time news debates of popular new English news channels. The popularity of channels is based on the BARC readings. I have taken 3 channels. First is Republic TV, second is NDTV 24/7, and third is India Today TV. And the data collection period was between November 2018 to January 2019. Quantitatively analyzing the news debates, I divided the debates into advertisement time, then discussion time, and the headlines time. Of the total advertisement time was 29 hours, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Further dividing this discussion time into anchor time and panelist time, I realized that the total panelist time taken for the study was 17 hours, 57 minutes, and 34 seconds. And it was ironical to see that Republic TV gives the lowest panelist time. They have the longest panel size, meaning in each debates, there are at least 10 to 12 panelists participating in them. And one panelist approximately gets only 2 minutes 38 seconds to express their views. Further analyzing the work profile of panelists, it was seen that politicians participating as panelists was more as compared to other work areas, and also politicians from BJP parties were higher as in comparison to Congress party. So from this analysis, I could see that politicians from national political parties were given preference than compared to local or regional political parties. Going ahead with the women representation as panelists, it was again ironical to see that women as panelists are not encouraged much in national television. It was only 11.37% of women who participated in these primetime discussion, and Republic TV again had the lowest women participation percentage with just 4.76%. Out of the total discussion time, as I had told earlier, of 29 hours, 21 hours were framed, meaning these 21 hours, 56 minutes and 58 seconds were not journalistically objective, and they were not fact-based, and they did not abide by the journalistic code of ethics. And I could also see that Republic TV frames most of its discussion time, with 80.79% of its discussion time being framed. In my research paper and in the
Ashwini, sorry to interrupt you. You have 1 minute to conclude.
Yes, sir. In my paper presentation and in the research paper also, I have given various examples on how news framing takes place in television news channels. And to conclude, with the limited time I have to conclude, as Dr. Trinath said, needs to be more social responsibility by the journalist in presentation of news. In my studies analysis also, I saw that whenever a panelist tries to express their viewpoints, the anchors force them or get back them to the framing track by using words such as agree with me, apologize to me, and so on. They try to remote control the panelists. And there is a kind of deliberate attempt by the anchors to manufacture the entire news discussion by shrill voice, loud noise, body language, tone, tenor, graphics, and kind of promoting sensationalism. And also we could see that there is lowering standards of journalism by not giving proper conclusions to the news, not having news value, and showing a kind of political favoritism in every news discussion. So this was my study. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ashwini, for your beautiful presentation, and I agree with you and Trina that the media has to become more responsible, and it has to have a lot of commitment to society. And not only this, it should become more sensitive and more sensitive to Indian ethos and Indian diversity, etc., etc. I have one small question for you. How do you explain the absence of women representation among the prime time panelists?
Yes, sir. I see that women, if they participated in these primetime discussions, they came mainly as advocates or as politicians. Hence, women working in other areas as doctors or residents or any other work profile were not encouraged in primetime discussions. So we should see that women's voice, if it has any kind of significance in framing or in biasing notes, what are their viewpoints we need to consider. That too, this kind of very small percentage of women presence in prime time discussions by national television should not be encouraged. That's where there has to be more thought or more academic study taking place.
Thank you, Ashwini. I think we have 3-4 minutes left for me to conclude this session. And there is a question in the chat box for Trinath. Trinath, I will give you 1 minute, please. Please type respond to it.
Yes, sir. So I think Dr. Dipendra asked with regard to reservation. I just take 1 minute. There is a saying that merit of Dalit and nationality of Muslim and virginity of women is always questioned in India. So if you take employment in India, 95% of employment in India is unorganized sector, 95, where there is no reservation. Within 5%, we will have 15% stresses and so on. So the point here is, if you want that because of reservation merit is going down, there is no reservation in like if you take appointments, academic appointments. If you take all the appointments by MHRD, you take how many professors are there from these communities across India. I don't think there will be even 1%. And there is no reservation in Indian cinema. There is no reservation in Indian sports. And there is no reservation in Nobel Prizes, Olympics. Where are we? Where are we placed there? And you can look at, and one more thing, the final thing, not that I am not saying that Dalits should be there in India, in media. Why they are not there? My question is, why they are not there? Have they not tried? Then at least 1% should have tried. They would have tried. But why they don't exist? So, for example, just because people have inhibitions on caste reservation, actually reservation is the byproduct of caste.
Please conclude.
Reservation is the byproduct of caste. You don't have problem with caste-based marriages, caste-based relations, caste-based appointment, but you have problem with reservation. You do away with caste, then reservation will automatically, it will go automatically. And casteist politics, see, our politicians, they always want to show something and hide their failures under that pretext. So they protect tribals as Naxalites, Dalits as reservation parasites, and Muslims as terrorists. So this sort of narrative will not lead anywhere. Thank you very much, sir.
I thank all the 7 resource persons for their wonderful presentation, and I also thank the people who have asked questions. Before I, call it a day, I have just 1 or 2 quick observations to make in a minute. Uh, I think it's my personal belief that an academician should use the language of academics, not of politics. And when an academic takes a stand, affiliates himself to a certain ideology, left or right, he can't give a full view of the truth. Gandhi and Ambedkar never believed any single ideology. That's the reason why they both of them could give a clear picture of what India really was and what we need to do. And what we call truth is truth. We cannot find truth in any extremities. So these are my personal observations, and I'm very happy to participate in this plenary session. And all the seven resource persons have made their points, and they were very clear in their attitude and approach, and they drew our attention to the stark realities of India. I appreciate their concern and their commitment and their sensibility and sensitivity. So with these scattered remarks of mine, now over to Rosemary for the rest of the proceedings.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really very nice to have you here chairing this session. And also thank you for facilitating the discussion so beautifully. We have now approached the end of this particular presenters panel. A very heartfelt gratitude to all our participants as well for joining in this very lively discussion. And we shall resume the next session in a few minutes. I kindly request all of our presenters and participants to please hold on as we proceed towards the next session. Thank you, sir, once again for chairing the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Nathaniel, I'm okay?
Yes, Father.
Good morning to everyone. In this session, the session will be chaired by Reverend Father Dr. Joby Joseph, who has been in the field of education over the past 20 years and is currently the rector of St. Anthony's College. Father holds a PhD in computer science and is also currently teaching in the Department of Value Education. He was formerly the head of the Department of Computer Science and director of the Media Department. While direct classroom acts as a teaching and learning in most inspiring, and Father is very involved in the process, but he is also very active in most social media platforms for communication, education, and dealing with various official works in the ministry. Now, there are 7 presenters for this session. They are Dr. Sayan Dey, then Dipamul Thomas, Farah Y. Rahman, Venugopala Gaura, R.P. Saikia, Dhanya S. Nair, and Megha Punia. Now I request Father Joby Joseph to start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roynan. Before we go into the session, welcome to all the presenters, and we would like to just inform you about the just basic instructions and rules for the coming panel presentation. So you will be given a total of 5 minutes and an alert at the 4th minute. You need to only give an overview, not the entire paper, that fills the 4+1, 5 minutes, and strictly adhere to the time given. The format of the to be adhered is strictly based on the discussions questions that will be raised by the chairperson. And if participants, you have questions or comments or by the attendees, you can post it in the chat box and we will look into it. Only the presenters, the co-authors are not to be included in the presentation, only the main presenter alone. You are requested to keep your cameras on all through the presentation. Kindly do not turn it off or mute it off, the audio or video. Kindly keep to the decorum and discipline of any panel discussion and to the theme of the conference and to the decorum of the event. So we will begin the first with Dr. Sayan Dey. He is presenting on the theme Rural is Real, Tracing Opportunities and Challenges of Online Learning in Rural Assam. This will be followed by Diba Mall. So Diba Mall is the next. So we go to Dr. Sayan Dey. Yes, your time begins now.
Good afternoon to one and all. With warm greetings of the day to respected chair, my co-panelists and all the attendees. I would like to briefly present my paper with as per the directions given and within the stipulated time. So my study is entitled as Rural is Real, Tracing Opportunities and Challenges of Online Learning in Rural Assam. It aims at examining multifold implications of online learning, especially in rural hinterlands of Assam. As we know, due to this COVID-19 pandemic, all aspects of human station has gone to toss, including education. Digital teaching and online teaching or online learning processes were seen as the panacea to end this bottleneck, but this paper tries to trace what is the ground reality in remote and rural corners of India, specifically in states like Assam. As per the National Sample Survey data of 2017 and 18, 66% of Indian population stays in rural hinterlands, where only 12.5% of the students community have access to the smartphones, and with only 20% of the households in rural areas getting more than 8 hours of electricity a day. So in such a situation, what is the actual evaluation of this online teaching learning process that is being seen or promoted as the only solution to end this bottleneck in the field of education during this tested time? So for this study, online survey was carried out using Google Forms with 286 samples in a rural subdivision of Assam. The main findings of the study revealed that online teaching learning among the student community has become popular, and they have taken it as the way forward But they have also registered that this online teaching learning process has some of the loopholes as compared to the offline sessions. Like they have registered that aspects like evaluation, syllabus coverage, and doubt clearing sessions were not as effective as it was during the classroom sessions. Also, student community have registered that issues like low bandwidth, technical lags, and glitches in handling these online digital platforms have also been hurdles in accessing online platforms. Some of the recommendations that this paper puts forward is to create digital volunteers who are capable of teaching in a limited setup, and also digital empowerment of the teachers. So, see, like in some of the cases, it was found that teachers are only clicking photographs of their textbooks and forwarding the same to the WhatsApp group in the name of study materials. So these are some of the observations or some of the findings that this paper captured. Thank you, everyone. This is the brief overview of my paper. Hope I completed within time.
Oh, yes, before time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sayan Day. I think in the context and in the time of now is a wonderful work that you have done. And I have a small question here. You have titled your paper as Rural is Real, Tracing Opportunities, Challenges of Online Learning in Rural Assam. So I just went through your paper and your video presentation. I felt to the title, your sample survey is a little limited. Maybe you will have to either take it to a wider survey because as a title, or with respect to a particular, because your place of study is only, I think, one college and the data. So you need to make it more specific so that the paper presentation and the data and the finding thereafter is with respect to that particular.
Yes, madam.
I do not know whether there are any questions. Any other panelist? You are also a teacher, right?
Yes, Father.
All right. So what would be your take?
Like, Father, from a teaching perspective, yes, I teach in a rural college. So I know the real issues and the problems here. Like, we cannot compare the situation of rural colleges to the colleges in, suppose, in metropolitan cities, where there are like virtual lab situations and various other facilities that even the, like in corporatized institutions also, these are provided to the students. And also there is like with this digital divide, there is an issue of economic divide also, like the people who have and people who have not. Like in my place where this study was carried out, even like only 50% of the students have smartphones through which they access classes. Even like issues like very low bandwidth, even I was facing very much trouble connecting to this session. So issues like this kind of situations are there, but as I mentioned, that this is the only way forward till the vaccine arrives or some other concrete measures or the solutions are chalked out. Till then, this is the only way forward. So we have to get on with it. And also, Father, to note another aspect of this, like Indian curriculum, it is tailor-made for classroom teaching. Like, so there is a need for this. Pandemic has actually ushered in an opportunity to reorient this curriculum or the things we teach in our classroom to make it more so that this can be actually made to go for the online platforms also. Like this can be converted into easily convertible to the online mediums. But like in some of the cases, like teaching computer science, suppose the subject you teach, suppose simulations and the things, these are very tough to teach at like in rural colleges without having any kind of like facilities, only through using Zoom and other video conferencing calls. Things like these cannot be taught. Like it can be done in case of like humanities and some other subjects, but it cannot be done like for engineering and other practical module-based classes.
Okay, as we are reaching the time, we will wind up. I'm sure while both there needs to be a trade-off, there needs to be also a balance and the use of two. I'm sure technology will make us better teachers, and while we don't lose what is officially and what we have learned and what chalk and board methods. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sayande. We will move to the next. That is Diva Mall will be followed by a small change will be to the fourth one. That is next will be after Diva Mall, it will be Venugopala. We have.
Hello, good.
Yes.
Shall I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. I hope I am audible and visible.
Yes.
My research topic is to study the role of MOOCs, massive online open courses, in the cultural exposure of undergraduate students. Here the researcher has tried to find out how did MOOCs help in the cultural exposure of students in various countries. As we know, MOOCs are available since 2012 with the foundation of Audacity and Coursera, but the COVID-19 pandemic paved new way of lifestyles, and we have witnessed a drastic change occurs in the field of education. Nearly 1.5 billion students are out of the classroom and they are turned into e-learning. In addition to this, lot of college students, especially undergraduate students, turned into parallel MOOC courses because they have got ample free time. Here the researcher has raised 3 research questions. One is whether the online courses are important amidst in the unequal distribution of power and wealth in the society. Second one, how do the flexibility of online courses cater to the diverse cultural perspective rather than predetermined content? And third one, how do online courses act as a tool for self-development? This study is based on the theory social constructivism by Lev Vygotsky. According to him, human development is socially situated and knowledge is constructed through interaction with others. Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman supported this theory. Quantitative research approach and closed-ended questionnaire survey research design are used for this study. Trivandrum Corporation was the study area. 54 students from 4 colleges participated in the study. The study revealed that online courses definitely mitigate the financial inequalities. Majority of the participants agreed that MOOCs provide wonderful learning experience and it helps to familiarize the diverse cultural perspectives. MOOCs help a lot to mediate and regulate our relationship with others and ourselves. I don't skip the disadvantages of poor internet connections, language barriers, and tracking difficulties of students' assignments and involvement. Researcher could understand one important thing: the multidisciplinary knowledge and skill set provided by MOOCs help students to solve a real world problems more efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Deepa Mall Thomas, for the presentation. You two have finished before time. All right. There are no questions to you. All right. Wonderful presentation. I'm sure this is a time like this, the use and availing of massive open online courses has been in the increase as you have presented. In the light of your learning knowledge theory within the social context, is there any study done in your research, in your work, about the social, let's say, index of an individual within the new learning paradigm of MOOCs?
Excuse me, sir.
Okay, my question was, in the light of the learning knowledge theory within the social context that you are basing, is there any social index study that is done that would you be looking into on the, let's say, the students who go through such courses, the social aspect of learning?
Sir, for this study, I have taken for 4 colleges in corporation area. Actually, these colleges are situated in corporation area. The students are coming from coastal area, tribal area, and from differently financial and spatial background. So, from this study, I could understand that all these different social background, students can learn or earn more degrees or more courses through these MOOCs. So these MOOCs act as a blessed one for the different categories of students, like different financial and spatial backgrounds. Lot of disadvantages are there. I know that even though amidst these disadvantages, MOOCs are very blessed for these students.
Okay, given a trade-off, would you name MOOCs as add-on or substitute for regular courses?
It is better to start add-on courses. I think it is better to start add-on courses, even though some colleges in Kerala start Coursera. The colleges registered under Coursera for free courses. Then lot of students started their MOOCs courses under Coursera. It is better to start add-on course. I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. We will proceed to the next. That is paper number 54 by Venugopala Gowda. Paper titled Comparative Study of Urban and Rural Students on Their Social Media Behavior by Venugopala Gowda, MK, will be followed by R.P. Saikia.
Hello, I am audible, I hope.
Yes.
Thank you, session chair and panelists and participants. So myself, Dr. Venugopal Gowda, and my co-author, Dr. Vagdevi H.S. both are done the study on a comparative study of urban and rural students on their social media behavior. As we know, with 574 million internet users, India is the second large online market in the world. Among these, 54% of the Indians internet user are between 20 to 39 years, and that means the most of the young populations using the internet. In this era, the present research work studies the youth behavior on information sharing with a prospective study on a comparatives between the rural and urban user. The focus of the research work is to study the intercultural attitude of the rural and urban students, taking into considerations the level of education also. This paper is incorporate the quantitative approaches to study the research objective. A non-probability purposive sampling is used to obtain the primary data. The tool that has been employed to work on this data collections is particularly questionnaire. And the study is related to social media, so that as the sample was collected from only those who use social media, a total of 180 respondent. We collected data from total 180 respondent. Our total data are 180, and we collected data from Bangalore and Mysore. This is our study area. Our objectives based on 4 important aspects. One is to analyze the intercultural behavior of college students on information sharing and access. To comparatively examine the students' attitude while sharing different types of information like political, crime, entertainment, communal, cost, religious issues, agriculture, and culture by social media. to analyze the students' perceptions of credibility over the information receiving and sharings, and to study the social media information influencing on technical and non-technical students respectively. This is our objective. We found few important findings in this study. For social media access, the smartphone is the most used device among all students compared to laptop and other device. There is no major difference between the rural and urban students while using a device for social media network. WhatsApp is a very highest used social media in terms of ranking. Both rural and urban students use WhatsApp for their communication gratification. In the level of high ranking, most rural and urban students choose Facebook as a reliable social media. WhatsApp is the most popular social media application among all UG, PG, and doctoral students, as well as the rural and urban students. Other than the WhatsApp, Facebook is the second choice for information sharing, while LinkedIn is rarely uses social networking. Then a rural student prefer to share only a little information, while urban students prefer to share information about their interest. More undergraduate students like to share little information with the others, while the post-graduation doctoral students penetrations are slow in terms of information sharing with the others. When we compare the information sharing attitude variable with the different types of the information sharing and the receiving variable like political, crime, entertainment, etc., the most of the students like to share and receiving entertainment information rather than other information. The significance finding in is a believable source for the information.
Venugopal, you have a minute more.
Yeah, close friends are believed to deliver source than the other sources, and entertainment, political related information is most widely receiving by students compared to other types of the information related to crime, communal, agriculture, and culture. Significant, it is found that the student that from the rural area, they are not receiving and sharing much agriculture related informations. The study found that the rural students, both technical and non-technical students, feel that negative waves are spreading in the social media, and technical students are not interested in the series of using like political, crime, agriculture, communal religion, or cost related information, while non-technical students shares almost equal percentage in information exchanging on all kind of the topics ranging from the crime to entertainment. Thank you.
Okay, we have a little overshot the time.
Yeah.
All right. Since one small comment.
Yeah.
Goes to your study is very vast. You have considered all class of students starting from undergraduate, postgraduate, postdoctoral. But I think for that, you need to consider data a little more wider number so that it's more representative and more indicative.
I done this study for just a research paper, so okay. That our data was 180.
Okay, all right. All right, just to ask, since you're working on credibility, one element in your research, what was the study between credibility of social media or about social media across urban and rural students?
Yeah, most of the urban students feel that the whatever information they're receiving, it is not positive, means it doesn't have a credibility, more credibility. Even rural students also given the feedback that whatever the information we're receiving from the social media, it is not much credible, and also it has a negative vibes. Always we receive negative vibes information, so that we always try to share a less information to other. Then they used to access more entertainment related information. As a youth, they always accept the entertainment information rather than the crime and all other kind of the crimes, violence, all those things.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vanugopal. We will proceed to next RP Saikia, the paper titled Use of Internet by Indians During Extraordinary Times, a study through gendered lens in the COVID-19 lockdown scenario. This will be followed by Danya S. Nair. Over to RP Saikia.
A very good afternoon, respected chairperson. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, fine.
Thank you so much for the confirmation. And I'm privileged to be able to present my paper in front of such esteemed chairperson and panelists. The topic of our study was use of internet by Indians during extraordinary times, a study through gendered lens in the COVID-19 lockdown scenario. So through this paper, we wanted to understand as to what are the differences in the use of internet by the male and female consumers as a medium to facilitate their lives during the lockdown. So this was very specifically mentioned that we are going to consider the male and the female. Of course, there is a gamut of genders being defined now, but it was restricted to these two genders, the binary, and the time period was during the lockdown. And to understand the inner drives of the consumers that leads to the dependency on the media as to why they resorted to using internet during the lockdown, and to understand the intensity of internet dependency to meet the unconscious need, that is the coping mechanism that is there amongst the people. The theories that we have referred to in our paper was the media dependency theory by Rockich and Duclos, and the psychoanalytical theory by Sigmund Freud, which talks about how people protect themselves during stressful situations by adopting a coping mechanism. And through the media dependency theory, we wanted to study as to how the people, consumers, use the internet to understand the society around them, to make themselves feel valuable in the societal setting, and how to spend their free time if they had any. So the objectives were to assess the difference in the nature of internet usage in the lockdown between the genders on the basis of demographic factors. And the second one was to identify the differences in the need of consumption or the need for consumption. So we had used a mixed method because nowadays it is very important to go for a mixed method. So we had done in two phases. So the first phase consisted of using a questionnaire where we had surveyed 200 respondents, and we had used statistical tools to find out the answers to the hypothesis that we had designed. And on the basis of the finding, we conducted the second phase as in-depth personal interviews. So we had 6 interviews, so male, female, belonging to 3 different categories. So on the basis of the questions, on the basis of the interviews that were conducted, we were able to find out that there is gender difference is significant in the age group of 18 to 27 years for the fulfillment of their understanding and action needs. Gender difference is observed for the internet usage towards lifestyle improvement as to how the men use and the women use it. Gender difference was also observed in the way internet is used to pick up life skills and technical skills. It was found that there was significant difference in the internet usage among the genders while fulfilling their understanding needs, that is how to understand the society around them and how to make themselves feel useful. However, the same was not found in case of playmates, which clearly showed that the way the men or the male users use internet was different from the way the female users use the internet. On further investigation, it was found that there was difference between women, and the difference was based on factors such as age, the occupation, the marital status, in case of fulfilling their understanding needs. And there was no such difference among the male users when it comes to understanding needs. However, in case of, there was a noticeable difference which was found with respect to the male users in terms of occupation and marital status when it came to using the internet for action needs, that is how to make them more useful to the society. Then on the basis of the interviews that were conducted, it was revealed that obviously due to the time spent inside, the people were spending more time online during the lockdown. Millennials were found to use the internet more, be it for official use, for attending online classes, or for entertainment purpose. Learning new courses on the areas of interest was seen among the 2 students who were interviewed, and in the 30+ category that was interviewed, they were more interested in acquiring knowledge. So the male interviewee was interested in acquiring technical knowledge and related to stock market, whereas the female interviewee was more interested in acquiring life skills and to spend time for her for relaxation. And as highlighted by the findings, and in supplementing the theory that we have referred to, it was found that the interviewers used the internet to cope with the lockdown situation, to combat loneliness, to compensate for the lack of social contact, or to understand the accepted behavior in the world of internet. So these were our significant findings, a summary of the
You have
findings.
1 minute more.
It's done, sir. So this was the finding, and that's about it.
All right. Thank you, RP. Wonderful area of study, and I'm sure looking through the gender lens, we see the two colors and maybe emerging through. Fine. My question, in the light of this conference that stresses on identity, culture, suppose a question were to be asked to you, based on your media dependency theory on which you're basing your research, going through and making the study through the gender lens, what do you see? Do you find, is there an affirmation of identity and culture across the genders, or is there a decline of?
The surprising fact was the fact that both me and my co-researchers, we had accepted that probably the one which was presented earlier in the papers that we have read, there was a clear demarcation between both the male and female genders. Then we thought that maybe education may have bridged the gap between the two, but it was not the case. And this is specifically to the lockdown situation where men and women were together and women had to do a major part of domestic work. So a lot of factors came into this study, and the confirmation that yes, there is a difference in the way the people are using it to understand themselves, to understand the society. And like we mentioned, that women were using it to make themselves feel more useful, in spite of whether they were like they were working or they were highly educated. It did not matter at all. They wanted to make their time useful, and men were using it for learning new things like investing in stock markets and technical skills. So we were surprised at the findings, but yes, like looking at the situation, the findings remain that yes, there is a difference in the way they use the internet. So that was an observation.
Okay, fine. We'll go to the next. That is by Dhanya S. Nair, Tracing Counter Memory and Inquiry into the Mediation of Silence in Empirical Media Coding Practices, by Dhanya, followed by the last, that is Megha Punya.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I am audible.
Yes, your time begins now.
I am Dhanya S. Nair. Me, along with Dr. Lalmohan P., co-authored this paper titled Tracing Counter Memory and Inquiry into the Mediation of Silence in Empirical Media Coding Practices. As you all know, media has been known as a vigorous force which influences the way we experience the world. Therefore, people's day-to-day engagement with media is extremely significant and need to be studied. Media's power to direct attention to or from public issues often determines which problems will be addressed or ignored by the society. Media narrates news using certain codes that reflect that era of production. In order to make these codes audience appeal, they may reflect certain dominant ideologies and simply ignoring all others. The researchers rest upon the question of which materials are coded and which are excluded in this process. In a media-saturated world, where communication becomes highly performative and highly formalized, the retention or absence of one single word or a gesture is critical and is significant, and this lack of attention is here referred as silencing. Silence can also be considered as an emotion, intent, or information that are not being fully addressed or during a process. The notions of archiving, memory, identity, and power are highly interlinked, and with archiving taking a prominent role, controlling what we remember and remembered. This paper revisits news and media narratives in the manner of an archive. The present research examines the mediation of silence in the empirical media coding practices, as well as in the process of forgetting and remembering. It also made an analysis of the role played by silence in the creation of memories. For this purpose, the researchers made an inquiry into the archival coding of news related to senior citizens during COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown in Kerala. For this, a qualitative conceptual content analysis of 2 weekly news programs in 2 top-rated Malayalam television channels were selected for a period of during the entire lockdown following 1 month of unlock 1.0. That is from March 25, 2020 to June 30, 2020. And the programs selected were Cover Story in Asiana News and Parayada Vaya in Manorama News Channel. Along with this, an unstructured interview with the subjects was also conducted, and the concept used in the analysis process were identified through this interview and following the sociogram scaling techniques. And the study reveals that mass media continues to function as an important open access archive of collective as well as individual memory. And media plays an important role in creation, recollection, destruction, modification, and even replacement of memories. Both the programs analyzed here will serve as an important piece of media archives that construct and disseminate memories related to India's fight against COVID-19. Absence, omission, silence, and marginalization exist in the media coding practices as well as in the creation of memories. And silences in these processes is not a product of mere ignorance. Rather, they come from the act of memory producers who decide to include information that they think is crucial or important or relevant and omitting other information that they think is not necessary. Then if these silences are the product of a deliberate act, then it should be considered there is every chance of occurring a diffusion of power. Again, these omissions can be considered as signs or symbols referring to there is something beneath the mere absence. It is evident that silence plays an important or major role in forgetting and remembering things.
And here you have 1 more minute.
Okay, sir. Silences are capable of symbolizing the mere presence of absence. And this is a form of resistance that arises within the structure of power. Resistance is possible through memory, and silence plays an important role in creating these memories. The study also reveals that just like history, memories are not originated in a natural way of processing. Rather, it is created. Memories are created, and media possess the immense capability of modifying and replacing memories. And in most cases, memories are modified and replaced than destructing it. And this process is more dangerous than the mere absence or destruction of memories, because it may even determine our priorities, lead to invalid categorization and improper prioritization of concerns. So replacement of memories will eventually lead to replacement of identities. So media landscape not only changes what we have to remember and forget, but also how we have to remember and forget. This is the brief overview of our paper. Over to sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Renya. Nice. Memory and silence coming together. Okay, question. We know that very often memory or silence or media, our memories are within a context where we are, how we are, and the circumstance, situations play a role. We know very often memory is selective too, as you have mentioned, and silence is also intentional. Is it a natural, or are there external forces that make us do so? What is your take on?
In case of silence, I think that there are some external processes. That is why I have mentioned there is a chance of power, diffusion of power. Because here the process of silence is not a natural way of process. It is intentional, and there occurs some external or as well as internal factors. It's not a natural process. Because we can say what is silence can be related to forgetting. That is remembering and forgetting. That is forgetting. Forgetting is not a natural process. It is something that needs a demanding. It is a demanding job. Because if we want to forget something, we have to remember it again and again, and it is a demanding job. And considering that in this case, silence is not a natural process. It is something intentional. We can consider it as an intentional, or if it is an intentional or a deliberate act, then there is every chance that there occurs some external or internal factors.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Renya. We will go to the last presentation. This is by Megha Punia, titled Educational Experiences of Denotified Tribes.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, your time begins now.
Okay, first I would like to inform you all that I'm actually on my terrace and I'm in my village. So this was the only place I could find internet. So if there's any disturbance, I apologize.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You're audible.
Yeah, so sorry.
You are audible. It's okay. Fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so my topic is on educational experiences of denotified tribes. I've taken the educational experience. These tribes are in an extremely poor condition, and to cover all the aspects wouldn't have been possible in one paper. So I took educational experiences. Today, these are the communities which are worst affected groups in terms of their representation in the political, economic, and social sphere. Without any of these representation, these communities also face difficulty in receiving education, especially a quality educational experience. So also with that, it also we see that government has not shown much interest in these tribes education. So the reasons, so my paper, what it covered was the reasons behind it, and hopefully it adds on how it further, whatever effects have on the tribe of not receiving quality education, how it further affects the identity and makes it more difficult for them to receive a quality education. So this is a like ongoing debate and which needs to go further. So the reasons which I think for the education status which is there today is like one is lifestyle of DNTs, denotified tribes, has made it difficult for the community children to attend a regular school, because when it comes to a formal model of education, there's lack of flexibility because these communities are semi-nomadic or nomadic lifestyle, and which they have to go around because of the livelihood. So the choice becomes between do they pursue education or do they live, like go for earning money. Again, the economic status is very poor of these communities. So because of poverty, the children are unable to go to school of these communities. Also, then it comes to with these communities, because they have stayed in seclusion for so long, they are not able to adjust with other people. Like I've talked to some community people, like from Bhat community and Nut community. They told me the children, the ways they speak, the way their habits are, they find it very difficult to adjust in a school setting, which makes it again difficult for these children to adjust, and they themselves are not that much excited or want to go to school. So it's like from parents and from the community teachers themselves, there's not that urge to go to school because the school system itself is not flexible enough. Then we have discrimination, which is seen at the school level. At times they're asked to clean the rooms, they are given less focus, or there's a stereotyping that they won't do well. Hardly any of them have gained graduation. Very few go after 12th class. Also, there's an absence of records when it comes to me. How do you know how many of these community children have gone to school? We do have rough numbers, like only 52% of them attend schooling, but there are no records when it comes to availing any scholarships or welfare schemes. So this shows a lack of seriousness on the part of government. So other strategies of schooling were tried for them, like a board school in Andhra Pradesh, or in by IIT Bombay also they tried, but again uh, because of the traveling they could not attend the schooling, and the seriousness of attitude was not seen from both the side, community and others. So we need to address why is that. It's because for them they're like, we don't see a future in education, this needs to be addressed. Circulum is definitely one of the reasons, because they are studying something which they do not relate to. Like, what do our books have? We need to be able to relate when they show examples, which they are not able to. So we need to understand what kind of educational model which work for them and which will make it easier for them to adjust with others also in a school, because diversity is something which needs to question upon, especially in our country. So for me, I think it will.
Punia?
Sorry.
A minute
Yes.
more.
Yeah, so also we need to see how teachers' perception and school perception also matters a lot when it comes to education, and how these communities perceive education settings. So all these three questions definitely needs to be discussed and answered for these communities to do well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Punya. A wonderful paper.
Sir.
I have a personal question. I hope not too personal, but working on such groups, especially the denotified tribes, beyond
Yes,
this
sir.
paper, beyond your finding, beyond your survey, do you have any other plans to take it to the group?
So I have actually, I'm doing my PhD, so I could not go for my field work, but I plan to go and visit and stay in the areas which I've chosen for my field work for like a year. And in future also, I think during my FL also, my focus was always on identities of such groups. How can I work towards them? So yeah, my plan is to actually do proper field work and get more understanding.
Okay, being a nomadic, as you said, semi and nomadic group, schooling is a problem. What are some alternatives that you would think of for education?
So schools can be more flexible, for example. So even shifting from school should be make easy, especially in terms of what they're being taught. Like so for example, if you shift from one to another school, so you're not missing out on syllabus. Then Angawadi, the groups can also, there needs to be awareness, because doing not only these communities, as like what I've seen from my own experience, like I'm not from a nomadic community, I think I'm from a privileged background, but for me, I've changed more than 7-8 schools. So every time I used to change a school, there would be a difference. So I've actually missed out of certain syllabus. For them, if that can be addressed, especially at school local school level, that could help a lot. Also, when they do travel around, but now because the monarchy has gone away, and they travel for like places, I think are now fixed, like Bhat committee go for tourist places, so we can yeah, we can see places where they visit more often during which periods, and there we can have school systems which suit them more.
Okay, thank you, Punia.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Right. We had one question asked in the chat that was to Sayante. I think he has answered it already. That was from Dr. Dibendra Kumar. Maybe just to sum up, coming together, the wide range of papers looking from challenges in education, ways of delivering it, and bringing it to groups that is more inclusive, affirming culture, affirming identity in the line of the conference. I'm sure when we focus on education, that is mostly the line of the papers, two things that while we say information is important, I'm sure we do not miss out the other part of inspiration, that the two go together. And as Punia has presented, we also need to look and find maybe new ways of learning, new ways of schooling, new ways of imparting education and bringing knowledge to the masses. Once again, thank you so all, and I'm sure our findings, our study will not stop only on paper, but it will come and take it to affirm identity, affirm culture, and affirm individuals, especially to the group that we study and work on. All the best. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Father, for engaging the scholars in the area of rural India and the problem they face. And there are 3 papers on rural India concentrated on the problems they have. The other 3 are concentrated mainly on the problem of internet, education, as well as the counter memory, this part of silence. With that, we end the sessions, and I would request the other panels will start at 2:15 now. So now we'll break for lunch. Thank you, one and all.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you all to this paper presentation panel 5 of International Virtual Conference, Identity, Myth, Memories, Communications and Cultural Narratives. For these sessions of the day, we have once again Dr. Machung Wang Liu Kamai. I welcome you, madam, and I also welcome our participants. Before the sessions begins, I would like to introduce our chairperson. Dr. Machung Wanglayu Kamai has a PhD in communications from University of Hyderabad and is currently member of Communications, Culture and Diversity Research Group, Jönköping University, Sweden. She has been certified as experts of new learning technology by University of Applied Science, Germany. She was one of the 52 global mentors selected by Teachers College, Columbia University, New York, for teacher projects. Mentors were selected based on their experience in teachings, working in developing world context, and knowledge of educations in emergencies field. She is teaching film, televisions, and new media productions in SVKM's Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science, and Commerce, Mumbai. As a member of educational experts in Global Campus 21, Global Knowledge Sharing and Learning, and as an online tutor in e-learning development and implementation course and e-skills under GIS, German International Corporations, and University of the Philippines Open University, University of the People, Pasadena, California. She is engaged with learners from diverse backgrounds. And I would like to call upon the participants' name. The first presenter is Shriyo Sidhar. Next, we have Neetu S. Kumar. Then Kavya Rao, Malvika Nair, Angela Jaini, and Kostov Padmapati. Therefore, now I request our chairperson, please, to take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rupa, for that generous introduction once again. Before we begin our session, technically, a quick look at the guidelines for the presenters. Each presenter will be given 5 minutes only to give a brief overview of your presentation. And basically, as you all know, the format is on the basis of discussion. And if anyone has a question for any of our presenters, you can kindly type it in the chat box. We will take it up later. And I would request all panelists to kindly adhere to the general discipline and decorum expected of panel members of such discussions. Now, coming to the concept part, before we begin our discussion, we all know that there has been this long tradition of intellectual reconstruction of identity at different levels. Identity formation being a historical process, it is based on the experiences and relation of the community, thereby being part of existing socio-economic, political, and cultural order. As mentioned by our keynote speaker, Professor Bhaga Gupta yesterday, mobility in meaning making redefines the cultural tool that leads to the conceptualization of human identity and culture as we see it. I believe that our panel will be able to make this mobile gaze by gazing at identity as a concept which is based on the experiences of oneself in relation to others. We will start off our discussions one after the another, and I will come back with the question for each panelist after everyone has presented a brief about their research. So may I request Shreyoshi to kindly present her research work.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everybody. To begin with, my work is on ascertaining the impact of Amar Chitra Katha on womanhood in India. And in order to do so, I have focused especially on the title Shakuntala. So Amar Chitra Katha, as we know, is a very popular comic book for children, and it's liked by children as well as adults. I mean, if you go to the book fairs, I mean, there is an entire section devoted to Amar Chitra Katha. So I think that is enough said about its popularity. But the manner in which Amar Chitra Katha is presented, the manner in which the illustrations are conveyed in the work, it creates an idea of womanhood in the minds of the children, and that then is carried forward into their adulthood, and it influences the outlook that they have towards women in society. So in order to prove how this entire influencing comes into being, I have looked at Shakuntala, and can I share my screen?
We will not be having any presentations, Shreyosi. Sorry, it's completely based on discussions.
Okay. All right. So in order to, I mean, I'll try to describe the picture to you as clearly as possible. I mean, if you look at any of the women in Amar Chitra Kathas, I'm talking in general over here so that everybody has an idea. If you look at the women, they're all slim, fair women. They have a very upper caste, feeling. They're holy. They're very virtuous. So there is no gray character over there. So there's a typical idea of women that is being portrayed over here. And the title of the work, Shakuntala, is Shakuntala, the Forgotten Wife. So her identity is completely as a wife, the identity of the women in the Amar Chitra, as presented in Amar Chitra Katha. It's always in relation to the male in their life. It's either the relation to the father figure or the husband or the son. So the women do not have an identity of their own. Even the stories of the gods and goddesses, if you look at it, I mean, if you look at the title of Durga, then she's always there as relation to how the male gods created her, and how she's Shakti, the wife of Shiv and all that. So she's a form of Parvati and stuff like that. So that is what basically I've tried to convey, how how Amar Chitra Katha has portrayed a very distorted idea of womanhood towards this audience. And I've also tried to break the myth around Shakuntala. As we know, Kalidasa's Shakuntala has the story of a ring found in the belly of a fish, and how Shakuntala is forgotten due to a curse and all that. And that is a myth. Because if we read the original, the epic Shakuntala, over there, this entire discourse of the ring and the curse and the fish, it's not even there. Instead, the epic version has a more assertive Shakuntala, who asks for a rice, who doesn't spend her years waiting for Dushyant, but instead goes to the palace, asks for a rice, raises a child alone. And it's a very strong Shakuntala. However, Kalidasa's version has changed that to a great extent and made it more compliant with the social standards, societal standards to be set for women. So I've tried to break that myth around Shakuntala and prove in my paper how this distorted idea of Shakuntala's character, and how women who are told to be patient like Shakuntala, or maybe coy or docile as Shakuntala, and how Shakuntala is looked at in a positive manner, is actually a negative impression on women, and this kind of an idea sets a very bad example for a child. So that is what my paper is on.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do I have, yeah.
Yeah, I'll come back with the questions later. You still have 6 seconds, but well timed. Yeah, thank you. Neetu, may I ask you to present your paper that you have co-authored with Dr. Mohan? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. First of all, I'm extremely happy and proud to be part of this conference, and I am thankful for this opportunity that allowed me to participate in a panel discussion of this international conference. The title of our paper is Manifestation of Myth Among Women in Unorganized Working Sector, an inquiry based on spatial orientation of menstruants. It's a general fact that ideologies embodied in myths constituting a patriarchal model in a society. Patriarchal notions of society use myth are traditional practices to control women's public as well as private spaces. The menstrual-centered myths are one of the dominant among them. We all know that religion, culture, and traditional practices played a major role in spreading myth relating to menstruation. Even though menstruation is a fundamental biological function of the body, the stigma and taboos associated with menstruation generated stereotypes that have an impact on menstruants during their menstruation. It poses a restriction on women in all the spaces they occupy, be it a home, a workspace, or places of worship. It always poses some restrictions on menstruants' body. Its articulation occurs from the domestic space to a public sphere. So in this study, I tried to find out how these menstrual-centered myths are manifested in the workspace of women of unorganized working sector, and also try to find their personal views of menstruation, and also try to find out their experiences with these menstrual myths. So the aim of the study is to analyze the manifestation of myth in the unorganized working space of women workers, and also analyze whether this myth can destabilize the pattern of spatial practice of women's workspace. To meet these objectives, we selected a qualitative method and a tool of thematic conversation. The population of the study was in Kollam district of Kerala, and a purposive sample consists of 3 Dalit women who have been working in various categories of unorganized working sector, including a regular wage person and a casual labor, and a self-employer was selected. From the thematic conversation, we selected some codes, and from these codes, we formulated 3 key themes for the analysis. They are, first one is occupational background of workers, and the second one is impurity and restrictions, menstruants' experience of menstrual myth, and the final one is manifestation of myth and the transformation of their particular workplace. Through the analysis, it became clear that all the participants perceives menstruation as a notion of purity and pollution framework. The practicability of this framework is mainly occurred through the agency of untouchability. This untouchability also poses a restriction on women's physical mobility. Then some general findings showed that the patriarchal hegemonic notion of menstruation is very much inclined to the idea that it is the duty or responsibility of a feminine body to hold the ritualistic practices or traditional practices or religious views of the given society. And as far as concerned with the women in unorganized working sector, they faces various problems in terms of their experiences with gender, occupational background, or occupational problems, and a range of ideological conflicts. In an already deprived status, menstrual myth make their workspace more difficult. Also, when it comes to deprived Dalit workers, these myths make their occupation more vulnerable, deprived, disadvantaged, and socially isolated. The fact is that consciously or unconsciously, workers forced to obey all the practices. When we talk with the participant, it became also clear that the articulation of myth in unorganized working sector transformed the spatial characteristics of that particular workplace, and it also defined the sexuality and performativity of the particular menstruants or women workers. Generally, the study explored the fact that menstrual myths are not too far from its origin. That is the brief explanation of my study.
Okay, thank you, Neetu, for bringing such important paper to the panel. We will come back to the discussion. But now may I ask Sharanya to kindly present the research work that Sharanya and Kavya has worked on. Sharanya, you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, please carry on.
Hello everyone, my name is Sharanya and we have authored a paper and the name of the paper is Past Memories, Present Situation and Future, the Lives of Denotified Tribes and Devdasis. So along with me, my friend Kavya, we two have wrote this paper. So about the paper, I would love to give the brief of the paper. So the paper highlights the condition of the denotified tribes and Devdasi communities. It covers the lived experience of the communities and have mapped their lived experiences through history and impact of policies, law on them. The paper also touches upon the present situation and kind of support provided to them through different NGOs and government bodies. So, to get the data, we used the tool of data collection were in-depth interviews, and we used the key informant interviews where we reached out to the people of these communities through the help of NGO or a snowball effect and a focus group discussions. To get the oral history, we conducted focus group discussion with the people of these communities, and we had a very one of the things, the striking thing, the women were always a double advantage from both the communities, be it from Devdasis community or denotified communities, because they already came from a marginalized society. They are still forced into prostitution. Their current, if you map the current life, a lot of denotified tribe women, because to make the to have their livelihood, they are forced into prostitution, and so is Devdasi communities. The acts which were supposed to help them actually have provided very menial help. For example, like when criminal tribe act was in 1871 came into force, they actually criminalized this tribe. But even the tribe which was supposed to take them out of the issue, like when act was repealed in 1952, first the act which came into force make them call them a criminal, and in 1952 the same act branded them as a denotified tribes. Yet even the tag of being a criminal community has stigmatized them further. There have been instances that we have traced through oral history where found even today the police forces, if they have to pick up anyone, if there's an issue or a case or any case of theft happening around, the people from these communities are first to be picked up. They have been even ever since, even when the act has been repealed, they are yet called a criminal tribe. Even if you compare the standard of living or education on both the communities, very low. Even because denotified tribes, people from denotified tribes, they ended up staying in a city. Because it is considered that in a city or in a community, you can't have a tribal community residing. They have been blanketed under either scheduled caste or OBC. Therefore, even among putting them under OBC or scheduled caste, they are the most of the marginalized. They are still even among, they have been discriminated. Even in the if there have been settlements in Delhi where their houses have been termed negative area, because of the fact that they were considered to be a criminal community. Even when it comes to Devdasi, the Maharashtra Devdasi System Abolition Act 2005 had banned the dedication of young girls to the custom, but it also failed to rehabilitate the Devdasi dedicated the Devdasi already in this, who has been in this practice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sharanya. We'll come back to you again. May I request Malvika to kindly share her work?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas and my thoughts with all of you. So to begin, my paper has been on women negotiating patriarchal domestic spaces and identities in 2 novels. The first novel that I've chosen is Nada, written by Carmen Laforet and published in the year 1945. It is a Spanish novel. And the second novel that I've chosen is God of Small Things, written by Arundhati Roy, which I'm sure we're all more familiar with. So my thought process behind this paper has been that this pandemic has made privilege much more visible to all of us, as in who is privileged and who is not, who are the haves and the have-nots of our society. So being a literature student, it was instinctive for me to look at this in depth in literature. So which is why I've chosen these 2 novels, and I'm looking at the protagonists of both the novels. So the first novel, Nada, it is set in the post-war years of Spain during the dictatorship of Francisco Franco. And the protagonist of this novel is Andrea, who is an 18-year-old orphaned girl who comes to Barcelona to study. And in the second novel, God of Small Things, is set in the 90s in India, in Kerala. And the protagonist here is Ammu, who's the mother of the 2 little twins. So what is common between both these 2 women of these novels is that they both share very precarious social standings, and they occupy a very patriarchal and conservative society, we can say. So to aid me in this process of examining these 2 novels, I have chosen as theoretical framework an essay by Bronwyn Davies titled Concept of Agency, a Feminist and Post-Structural Analysis, which is published in 1991. So I think I should just jump to the results that I found. In the case of Nada, the first novel that I mentioned, Andrea decides to just directly disobey her aunt and her family, inviting their displeasure. So this is not something that came very easily to her. She had to build up the courage to be able to assert herself and just stop obeying them. And this we can read as directly her resistance to the conservative social codes that were in place during the dictatorship in Spain then. Her aunt tells her that for a respectable woman in Spain during these years, 1940s to the 70s, the only respectable thing that a woman can do is to either be married or to enter a convent. And when Andrea is deciding to go to university and study, she is violating this unsaid rule. And also her aunt specifically tells her that roaming around is something that only boys do. So Andrea decides that she will move around as freely as she wishes, and she decides to go against her aunt. The second aspect to this is that Andrea decides that she'll become financially independent so that she does not have to be the beneficiary of anybody's charity. So she stops having meals at home and decides to eat with whatever her scholarship can get her. And third, she forms very meaningful connections when she goes to university with her peers. And these friendships that she forms help her understand herself and her life better. And she's able to eventually move away from her family in Barcelona because she gets a job in Madrid and she gets to seek a better life for herself. And in The God of Small Things, I looked at Ammu. And Ammu, being a Syrian Christian woman, she falls in love with Velita, who is a Dalit man. And when she falls in love with somebody who is from a lower caste in the caste hierarchy, she is directly, once again, resisting the unsaid social expectations that are placed on a woman of her caste and class identity. So when her relationship is discovered with Velita, she is kicked out of her home. And once again, she, in my opinion, she becomes an individual with agency because she takes ownership of her situation and she decides to find a job, though she's not very educated. She decides to find a job so that she is able to buy a home where she can live with her children. And she decides that she'll also build a school for underprivileged children. So in this way, she expresses her desire to create a life that she really wants, rather than the one that her family and her society expect her to. So these were the main results that I found. I think I'd like to end my presentation with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You still have 2 seconds if you want to use. Anyway, thank you. It's really nice to see a bunch of, young researchers in this panel raising such important points over here. Moving on, I'll request Ingela to present her work here.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction. My warm greetings to everyone present here. The title of my paper is 50 Shades of Chastity, Reconstructing the Identity of Indian Women Through the Myths of Sita and Surpanakha. As we know that the Ramayana has been retold innumerable times and has always been interpreted according to the societal and political norms of the respective time and place. And a number of popular media representations of the epic, like the Ramanand Saga TV show Ramayana, which was quite popular in the lockdown period, it portrayed Sita as the absolute flawless, submissive, chaste woman, and Surpanakha as the very embodiment of evil. And with the efforts of modern writers, Sita's image changed from a damsel in distress to a warrior. She gradually turned into a feminist ideal, and Surpanakha also gained sufficient brownie points for her sexual assertiveness. And I aim to reconstruct the identity of Indian women in my paper using these age-old myths through a close critical analysis of both the characters and cultural context, and to explore how culture and myth interact to create a balanced identity. And to understand that, we need to understand the different meanings of chastity. Is chastity only limited to virginity, or does that imply much more? And what is its relationship with culture? And we need to find out the relevance of these myths in our time and their impact in the identity creation of the modern Indian woman. So after analyzing a lot of definitions of chastity, I leveled down to the assertion that a chaste woman is one whose life and acts are not given to sensual thoughts and desires, but to high, pure, and lofty ideals. And a woman must acquire a high spiritual status and religious superiority to be called chaste. And understanding the relationship between culture and myths give valuable insights into how people perceive their worlds. They provide a rationale for a culture's practices, and myth and culture are largely intertwined. Myth contributes to culture, and culture in turn modifies a myth according to its own requirements. Analyzing the place of Sita in the lives of Indian women, Sita is the iconic, pure, cis female, beautiful, straight woman. And cherry on top, she is fair in complexion too, as pointed by Shreyasi in Amar Chitra Katha. These holy women are always fair in complexion. And her name is invoked at every stage of an Indian woman's life. And she resides in our collective unconscious and heavily impacts the way Indian women live their lives and make important decisions. And she is the mother figure. Motherhood also implies asexuality, which is one of the components of eligibility criteria that has to be fulfilled in order to become an ideal woman. Virginity seems to be the first step. A woman who is full of sexual desire even after marriage cannot stand the test and cannot gain moksha, and she has to eliminate the need of gratification altogether. While Sita can be a role model for many, Surpanakha fits more into the idea of new woman. Her actions are now being welcomed, and she might be the bra-burning feminist or the angry young woman many of the 21st century women are looking forward to becoming. And she has been represented as a lustful and jealous woman who has always been mutilated for her sexual assertiveness. And she is the most non-conforming character of Ramayana. She breaks all the stereotypes and can be blindly labeled as the most unchaste woman. But there are some forgotten aspects of her life. She lived as a devoted wife. She raised her children like a dutiful mother, and in that role, she was as chaste as Sita, pertaining to the traditional definition of chastity, which makes us question the idea of chastity altogether. And my conclusions were that Surpanakha, along with Sita, brings acceptance of the fact that chastity exists in different shades and modes. And the forced construction of good woman and bad woman dichotomy is the deliberate attempt to manipulate social mentality by using mythology. And while Sita has been made devoid of her human form by receiving the title of goddess, Surpanakha has been dehumanized as human. But Indian woman, as she is a human being, cannot touch any of these extremes. And identity is dynamic. The identity of modern Indian women lies fluctuated between the characters of Sita and Surpanakha, and culture in this case serves as a platform where fact and fiction collide to create a kinetic identity. That's all. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Ingela. I would now like to ask Kostov to present his work.
Thank you so much. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. Yeah, please carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you to the organizer and the chairperson. So I would like to thank especially the organizer because categorically putting me in the last place, because it's really served my purpose, because all my previous presenters, they were stick into the very much binary model of gender. So I'm going beyond that. And my topic is about sexuality, gender, and the Indian state, and the political identity of the transgender community in India. So I'm a student of political science. I teach also political science. So my paper is more about from the political and the social interpretation of the transgender identity. So as I mentioned, that the concept of alternative sexuality is very much contested in the Indian state, because we followed the binary notion of gender that we adopted from the British notions. But of course, in 2014, the Supreme Court has identified and recognized the third gender, but still, various institutions, various mechanism of Indian state follows strictly the binary notion of gender, which basically restricts these transgender people to live their life freely, because they have to adhere to the two binary notions, and they cannot live their life in the fullest. And it is very surprising because the transgender and these people, third gender people, are very much part of the Indian society, because if we do some of the readings, they are even mentioned in Upanishads as a treaty of Prakriti, and maybe Napunshaka. Then all three religions that originated in India, like Hindu, Buddhism, and Jainism, there are references of transgender people, and there are eunuchs during the Mughal period. And it is very surprising that they are marginalized socially, economically, and politically. So my paper is about it tries to understand the transgender identity in Indian context, and also special references to the Northeast and Assam. So it is based on survey, and I have done telephonic interviews with some of the transgender people that I know, and some of the field study has been also been done. So it is more analytical and more case study basis. So now, as I said, it is more about a political identity I was looking for, because the Constitution of India, there's a no discrimination, because Article 15, Article 21, all establishes equality. But why that is not followed? Because transgender people are, first of all, the discrimination starts from the very beginning. At the birth, they are assigned either male or female. That is a very much state mechanism. And gender identity is used in every aspect of official documents, whether it is your passport, whether it is your driving license. So every time the person has to follow these binary notions, and there are 2 or 3 states where third gender or other categories is used, but not a single state of Northeast India, including Assam, has adopted that step. Then there discrimination. Discrimination starts at the very beginning from the family, because effeminate boys are discriminated. Obviously, because our society is a patriarchal society. Then comes the education, and I'm very sorry to say that majority and a large number of education institutions are homophobic and transphobic in nature. In fact, in the academic circle, when we use the term like hijra, transgender, gay, it creates a unnecessary amount of uncomfortableness among the academicians itself. Why we are so much restricted to discuss about their identity? Then they are discriminated at the workplaces. Even the basic health facilities, there are no gender neutral toilets, even in the railway stations, nowhere. So either they have to follow these two very binary restricted notions of gender. Then, of course, the northeastern state, we can say the Assam. So Assam, it was the 2 controversial acts that came, NRC and CAA, where you have to prove your identity. So this majority of transgender people who left their home, they have no permanent addresses. So there's a no documentation. So these documentations about the rigid structure of that Indian state imposes on the citizens completely violates the gender notions. Even joining like services like Indian Army, Union Public Service Commissions, and all are distant dream. No doubt, recently Assam is the first state who is allowing the transgender population to appear for the states. Then the highest amount of discrimination is visible during the COVID time, because there's not a single steps taken. There are no separate quarantine center for the transgender, and they are most vulnerable because majority of them.
Sir, your time is up. We will come back to you with the questions here.
Okay. So my paper is about looking into the Indian state's influence in the identity of the transgender population. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kaustubh. And like you mentioned, you are the last one to present, but you'll be the first one to be questioned. Okay, so yeah. So the first question goes to you. Yeah, it's an interesting paper that you have given, the complete paper that we have been going through on political identity of transgender community.
Yes.
Now, theorizing that, tell us about your findings in relation to the idea of alternate sexual identity that you have been mentioning, and the introduction of the third gender category by the Indian nation state, if we may say, though it applies in the larger context also. Yes. And then I would like to club some more questions over here. What happens when sexual identity gets, for that matter, or does not get constitutionalized? And could you also, towards the end, touch upon the COVID-19 and response of the state in this context? Yeah.
Definitely. So my paper is all about answering those questions. So first of all, in larger extent, in our society, where in the political setup, we follow the binary notion of gender. It is always restricted to male and female. And I don't think so any government offices even follow the transgender. How many transgender populations are employed there? We can count in our fingers, or even they are employed. Since many of the states, they don't provide the certifications, they have to either fill it up as a male or female. So I can give example of my university, because of course, as a department, we don't discriminate, but the one transgender student joined in my department, but she has no choice but to join as a male, because Indian state, the documentation process, she is registered as a male. So that is the violation of basic human rights. And 2014, the historical the state versus NALSA, what we call the National Law School, that petition filed about the third gender, and the verdict came. It is a right for gender. And who are these transgender people? Basically, I did not cover during those who violates the traditional and official binary notion and stereotypic. They don't fall in the stereotypical male and female, and it is much larger in concept. This is much larger. You cannot confine them in the one single unit, and so far there are 9 genders has been identified or discovered, and they may be gender variant. So this entire mechanism that we adopted from the British India is completely against this alternative sexuality. Then comes to our society. We don't even discuss, we don't even acknowledge. And I interviewed some of the academicians in Assam. I was shocked to say, because there's not much work has been done in Northeast and Assam, to be honest. There are lots of work has been done in other states, because some of them, they say transgender people, they don't exist in Assam. That kind of statements even coming from academicians at a very higher position. It is very shocking because we hide it. And regarding the other states, I can talk about Nagaland, Mizoram, and Meghalaya, because They are of course the Christian states with majority, and their church is quite orthodox. They don't recognize transgender and homosexual people. So people definitely confine, they restrict themselves in expressing. So it is a very multi-dimensional concept, and just identity. So there may be acceptances, there may be, but until and unless you don't get the certificate that you are transgender, you have to follow the binary notion of male and female. Now I come to the COVID-19, because COVID-19, the social restriction happened and the lockdown happened, and majority of the transgender population, their job is very social, because you have seen they earn money in the streets, they are into sex, they are into prostitutions, then all are stopped. And here we are in an online conference. It is for a very privileged and elite class. Transgender people, they don't functions in online mood, so they have basically no earning. Certain schemes are given by the government, no doubt about that, but most of them could not get because they don't have valid identity card, they don't have ration card, they don't have Aadhaar card, because Aadhaar card, your permanent residence is compulsory. Many of them, they don't have what we call the permanent residence. So it is a violation. No food, there's no food security. Then many of them have to take hormones, because entire medication process was stopped. Even surgeries were stopped. So you can think about your mental trauma. You can think and at least we have our family to talk about, but they don't have even community support. And generally, if a transgender is put in a male quarantine center, you can think about the reactions. It is only the Manipur is the only state which introduced the male quarantine center. And they have to undergo, basically the hijras have to follow all the norms as a male.
Okay,
And
Kaustubh, we will have to stick to the time.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe I should stop this here.
Thank you.
Yes, and there's a question for you in the chat box. If you can answer that, yeah, everyone can access it as well. If you can just answer that, if you can just type it in the chat box to save time. Yeah, thank you. So thank you once again. Definitely your paper does, does sensitize us on the possibilities of rethinking trans experiences, particularly in the marginalized sections, as you have mentioned, of thinking about society beyond the binary and also beyond the three male, female, and transgender categorization. And it is discussions like this and panels like this that these sensitization can, take root and then start off. Now, moving on to Ingela. Ingela, would you like to, please elaborate or tell us about the modern Indian Sita and Suparnakha? You have spoken about the mythological ones, and then would you like to just elaborate further for our participants who couldn't access the full paper about the modern Indian Sita and Suparnakha and the contextualization of the construction of identity as we see it in our contemporary society, the coalition between fact and fiction? Ingela, if you're there? Yeah.
Yes, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So many modern writers have redefined the identity of Sita. For example, Amish, he has written a complete novel on Sita herself, and he has given weapons to Sita. She alone is protecting Mithila from all the enemies, and she has a weapon not only in her hand but also as her brain. So she is basically beauty with brains. But Amish and also other writers do not really focus upon her beauty or her sacredness or her holiness. They try to represent her less as a goddess and more as a human being now. And similarly with Surpanakha, not much was told about Surpanakha after her nose was cut and she went to Ravan and complained in the Ramayana. And after that, what happened about her, we don't know. And before that, how her life was, that also we do not know. And therefore, some writers and also modern representations are trying to recreate the image of Surpanakha. They are trying to tell her right from the child how her childhood was, and was she really that dark or ugly, or was she not? And in many modern stories, I found that she has actually been represented as really beautiful, and her real name was basically Meenakshi, which means the one with large eyes, beautiful eyes. And later her name was changed to Surpanakha, which means the one with long and sharp nails. And similarly, and Surpanakha was always demonized. Even when we see Ramanand Sagar TV show Ramayan or any other TV show, whenever Surpanakha comes into the picture, she is the ugliest character of all, and she looks like a monster. She has electrified hair and she has a horn on her head, and she is hardly ever presented as a human being. So that is the dehumanization. And actually, the bad black girl is a very dominant trope. Whenever there is a whenever there is a bad girl, perhaps she is supposedly black. And in many movies we see that black prostitutes occur more on the screen, and there is a higher chance of a black female getting illegitimate pregnancy. And therefore Surpanakha is always portrayed as a black woman. And it's really and perhaps it's compulsive to create a dichotomy between Sita and Surpanakha. And in many interpretations, we are told that Sita is moon-faced while Surpanakha is black. So by using these myths, there is a cultural manipulation of our minds somehow. And this is how we create identity. And the good thing about identity creation is that it's not permanent, and it keeps changing with time. A very little shift in the paradigm of any social construct, the identity shifts instantly, and it's not difficult to change the images. And I would also like to relate it with the latest paper of transgenders, like and I would really like to congratulate him for it. I really loved the content. And there is a term othering, I'm sure we all are aware of. In some forms I have seen, in some college forms and many other forms, I have seen that identity is somehow distorted. The gender identity, be it the gender identity or any other identity, it is distorted by very small things, very minute details that we do not notice. For example, I've seen that in gender there's male, female, and to sound progressive they add other. And the very word other is othering all the transgenders altogether. Why are they other? Why are not we the other one? And similarly, Surpanakha was the other in Ramayan. There were many good women who were presented, and Surpanakha was the bad woman. Mandodari, being the wife of Ravan, was not as bad as Surpanakha. Surpanakha had to be othered to let Sita shine. She had to shine in the surrounding darkness of Surpanakha. That perhaps is the role of her character altogether. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Injala. Yes, your paper rightly and very intriguingly brings out all of these notions that you have pointed out, and also the fact that you have mentioned about chastity, that it exists in different shades and moods and cannot be, categorized into just one particular compartment. Yeah, moving on to Malvika. Malvika, you have situated your study around the feminist literary criticism. Can you elaborate it further in relation to the context of a post-COVID world scenario calling for re-evaluation of the selves, the identity of the portrayal of the selves within inverted commas? And if you can also dwell upon the contextualization of the will to self-determination in general of women, or now that we are more sensitized, anybody for that matter.
To answer your first part of the question, ma'am, when I said selves, I meant exactly this, which is also what the discussion so far has been about, which is about identities and how, because I was thinking along the lines of privilege, how it is making us examine, I mean, people are privileged and maybe they're not aware of it. So my idea was to examine how privileged are we and how much this privilege that we have is connected to social identities that we have. As we just talked about, it depends on your sexual identity, your gender identity. It depends on your race, your caste identity. It depends on so many things. So I was trying to relate it to the theme of the conference by saying this, that we should be re-examining who we are and how privileged we are because of the particular surroundings that we find ourselves in. I think the second part of your question was to contextualize these struggles. So basically in this paper, this is one of the objectives that I had, which is to see that how are these two women that I've chosen, how are they going beyond what their immediate social setups require them to do? Like, how are they going beyond that? And how we can understand what is fueling them when they're deciding to go beyond that. And through Bronwyn Davies' work, I realized that we can see that these two women, at least in this paper, because they're aware of their surroundings and their conditioning and what is expected out of them by virtue of this burden of being a good woman, there is a certain future that is in store for them, and how they don't want that. They're rejecting that and they want to create their own trajectory for them. So that is what I wanted to see, basically, like what is driving their will to create a different future for themselves.
Right. Thank you, Malvika, for answering the queries. And it is interesting how you have brought about the commonalities of the characters that you have studied in your paper in both the colonial and the post-colonial societies. Yeah. Yeah. So the next question would be for Sharanya. Your paper looks at the role of oral histories and cultural narratives in shaping the identity of the denotified tribes and the Devdasi community. So terms like atrocity, stigmatization, marginalization, these are terms we often come across oftentimes, And it is interesting to see how your paper mentions that history has been presented through the lens of the third person, and somewhere along the way, their own narratives lost their voice. So could you highlight furthermore on that line, what are the implications in the sense, if you use association and labeling of terms such as denotified within inverted commas, and, association of these terminologies in the long run? Furthermore, what does usage of these terminologies even do in the long run of building up narratives, as some people call the grand cultural narratives and specificities of space, connotation of space assigned to even Devdasis for that matter? And could you also engage us a little bit about the framework of oppressive institutions in relation to your study? Sharanya, are you there? Or she lost connectivity?
Ma'am, she has sent a message in chat box.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, I would request the technical team to kindly add her back as a panelist. She lost her connectivity. Yeah.
Ma'am, can you please repeat the question? I'm so sorry, I lost the connection.
Okay. So I wanted you to elaborate a little bit on the usage and coinage of terms like denotified. Even that itself sometimes becomes a sort of labeling in terms of formation of identity. And I wanted you to elaborate again and engage us around the framework of oppressive institutions in relation to your study.
Yeah.
Sharanya, are you there? Yeah, Sharanya,
sorry,
you're
hello?
on mute. Please, yeah. And yeah, now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you, Sharanya. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Sharanya.
Yeah. So, ma'am, even after the word denotified, if it says like it gives a clear message that they were at one point of time in the history, they were criminalized, and now they're not criminalized, but this label itself has put them, have marginalized further. In the cities, in the places, in the settlements in Delhi, their places are considered to be a negative area. If they apply for loan in the bank, they are further they don't get, they can't avail loans, they don't get loans when they apply. There are few, even in administrative services, even today the syllabus still talks about how there are certain communities which are criminalized, which are still a part of denotified. There was this tweet when Kiran Bedi had put across about when there was this crime committed and there was no judgment passed, and I think it's roughly 4 to 5 years back, where she talked about this particular community of which is under denotified tribes and how they have been labeled as criminal in future also. That was the only, like, it does like the fact that at one point of time Britishers criminalized them as, and this same label is still carried forward, which is further putting them, which is further making it difficult for them to avail services. Like even even when even if you see the budget also doesn't cover much of the budget for them. Even if when Bhutan theater started off, when they talked about how denotified tribes as yet when beaten up, how rounded up by police, still today this same kind of discrimination is still followed against them. So if I'm talking about oppressive institution, the oppressive institution, like if you see even the government institutions, even the state policies, there are a lot of denotified who are nomadic, who still do not, who still are moving around, who are still, they don't have a base, they don't even have a proper documents. Their kids don't even get proper education. They can't avail services of Anganwadi. They cannot they cannot go out and avail jobs, because first they don't have a proper education, and second also because of the label, the label that they're still a part, they were earlier a part of a criminal tribe, the criminal tribe, and now even if they are denotified, they are still considered to be carrying forward what the ancestors had. So the same type of stigma is associated with the tribe even today.
Yeah, thank you, Sharanya. Now I'd like to quickly move on to Neetu. Neetu, could you just elaborate a little bit on Henry Lefebvre's concept of absolute and abstract space and the performative theory of Judith Butler that you have used in your story, I mean your paper?
Yes. The theoretical framework of my study was abstract and absolute space. Actually, Lefebvre says that space is socially produced. Always, all the time, spatial experience has changed according to the social circumstances. According to Lefebvre, a abstract space, according to Lefebvre, is a rational space where which is formulated through knowledge, codes, and a kind of rational thinking. In my study, I would like to say that a workspace is something different from all other kind of spatial practices. A workspace is something supposed to be rational in nature, and when it comes to unorganized working sector, it need a kind of labor skill and a kind of physical strain. But when the manifestation or articulation myth happen in these type of spaces, it converted or transformed into a type of ritualistic or cultural or religious space. I also used a concept of performativity. According to Judith Butler, performativity, through some kind of performativity, it always created a type of gender. And according to Butler, gender is something like, it's not fixed, it is fragile, and it's provisional. But when performativity or gender act is doing in unorganized unorganized working sector, and some kind of gender notions is always erased in unorganized working sector. That's my theoretical framework of.
Yeah, thank you, Neetu. My question for Shreyoshi is also on the similar line. Could you contextualize your theoretical framework around the mythology of portrayal of women as far as the portrayal of women is concerned? Shreyoshi.
Yes. I hope I'm audible to everybody. Well, to establish theoretical framework, I have used Romila Thapar's Shakuntala, Partha Chatterjee's The Nationalist Resolution of the Women's Question, and I have also, I mean, I've borrowed from both, and I have also looked at Deepa Srinivasa's work on Amar Chitra Katha. So first, I would like, in order to establish how tradition is getting carried forward, I would have to tell you all about what is exactly the definition of tradition and how tradition came into being. So in order to do that, I have to go back to the 19th century British India, where due to the uprising social movements, there was a conservative attitude towards not conceding to the British values. However, by the time, like, there were many upper class sections of society who had already started adopting the Western values. So in such a context, there was only two options left. One, to either reject the Western values completely and revert to the traditional Indian values, or and by traditional Indian values, I'm talking about the chaste, the docile, the very sacrificial kind of Indian value that is propagated. Or the other option was to argue for a change in the attitude of the traditional society. So in what ultimately happened was the middle class, which was mostly upper caste, they borrowed from the European codes, but the responsibility of maintaining the traditional part of these values was imposed on women. So women were supposed to be, adopting the virtues of chastity, sacrifice, devotion, submission, etc., whereas men adopted the Western values. So this is how tradition was established, and this tradition has then percolated through generations, and now we have a kind of a particular idea of how women should be in the Indian context. Now, if you look at these kind of
sum it up in one line, Shreyoshi, please. If you could just sum it up, like, yeah.
The theoretical framework.
Yeah, if you could just, yeah.
Yeah. So for the theoretical framework, I have to sum it up in one line. Well, I might need more than one line for that. But what I have done is I have looked how tradition, and as established by Partha Chatterjee and Romila Thapar, I have looked at how tradition is percolated through generations, and Deepa Srinivasa's work on Amar Chitra Katha, and I've looked at how the myth is broken, and around Shakuntala, and in Amar Chitra Katha, as Angela had mentioned about dark colored women being marginalized and fair skinned women being portrayed, and how all of this has created a very an outlook about women, as very distorted outlook of women.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shreyoshi. So we will wind up now, because we have another session coming up very soon. And as we can see from all of the papers that have been coming here for the conference, not just this panel, but the many panels, we have seen so many sets of values, traditions, customs that have been associated, which basically is in relation to the exchange and reciprocity that we have in terms of the implication towards inclusion, exclusion, and the overall formation of identity that we have been discussing so far. and thereby it becomes important to pay heed and bring such nuances on the panel like this, to bring it on the table, bring it for discussion, so that we start realizing where is the problem. Like we say in research, if you do not have a problem, there is a problem. So we start questioning what space does theorizing of identity construction occupy, and also what are the agendas which govern the making of these spaces, thereby what are the dynamics that are at play, what is the problem, and what is problematic, as mentioned in many of our papers that have been presented today. So I would like to thank all our young research scholars over here, all our panelists over here for bringing us such wonderful insights, and thank all the participants who have been listening patiently to us. Over to you, Rupa, again. Yeah.
Thank you once again, Dr. Machung Wangliu Kamai, for sharing the session, and all the panelists with the presentations and active discussions that revolve around women and issue deriving from mythological characters, women in socially economical weaker sections of the society, tribes and community, and of course, to the interpretations of the transgender identity. Once again, I thank our chairperson and the panelists. Thank you all and have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Our session will resume very shortly. I think it's at 3:30. Yeah. Yeah. Please do stay back. We'll resume. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
मैसेज नहीं करे थे उसको तो?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Rose, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Harshana. I have my co-author also with me, but then her name is not to be seen here. She has logged in already.
The thing is, okay, can I, were you trying to call me just now?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. I'll just talk to you on the phone, okay?
Sure, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Harshana? Yes, you're still there, right?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
So it's just you who's supposed to be a part of the presenters panel.
All right.
Yes, your co-author can just be an attendee. Yeah, that's.
Okay, so she won't be allowed to speak or anything.
No, she won't be allowed to. It's just you. Yeah.
All right.
Just the main presenter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all, and welcome you to the last paper presentation panel of this conference of International Virtual Conference, Identity, Myth, Memories, Communications, and Cultural Narratives. I invite and welcome to all the panelists and our chairperson, Dr. Parashuram S. Katimani. Before I begin the panel, I would like to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Parashuram S. Katimani, who is currently working as a university librarian of Central University of Karnataka, Kalburgi. Prior to this, he served as an assistant librarian in Gulbarga University, Kalaburagi, served as associate professional ISD Wipro Technologies, Hyderabad, and served at the British Library, Bangalore. He learned 20 years of professional experiences. He holds the qualifications in Masters of Library Sciences, NET, PGDLAN, MPhil, and PhD in Library and Information Sciences. He contributed more than 75 research articles in the journals and participated and presented a paper at conference, symposium, workshops on invitation. Edited several conference volumes of national and international levels, and contributed 4 books in his credits. He is being associated with several LIS bodies at national and international, at present serving to CUK governance as academic councils and Code Ex officio members. Some of the distinctions, honors, and awards received, such as Feather in My Cap Award, Professional Commitment Award 2009, from IAIP, Certificate of Excellence Award, IRDP Group of Journals, Hyderabad, Karnataka Librarians Associations. Dinergic Business Solutions presented Golden Ames Awards for Excellence and Leaderships in Education as Most Dynamic Librarian Award online programs held on 28 October 2020 to his credits. And the name of the panelist member for these sessions are Rajni Karki Chetri, Ms. Harshana Uchil, Vedika Khanna, Bandita Nayak, Manish Prabhakar Singh. Now I request our chairperson to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rupa Rani, for the brief nutshell of am I audible, Dr. Rupa?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the brief introduction. And now for the, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of International Virtual Conference for this panel 6, Identity, Minds, Memories, Communication, and Cultural Narratives. I feel it has been jointly organized by Department of Journal and Mass Communication, CUK, and Department of Mass Media, SVKMS, Usha Parveen Gandhi College of Art, Science, Commerce, Mumbai, and Department of Mass Media, St. Anthony College, Shillong, Meghalaya. First of all, would like to, hope there are 5 papers in this. And I feel, Dr. Rupa, all 5 are presented.
Yes, sir. They all are present.
Yeah,
They are present.
I thought it's a very appropriate topic is chosen by the organizer to have this international conference and to discuss and deliberate continuously since yesterday it is going on. Probably our panel will going to be a last panel, and there is a lot of good papers like symbolic interplay of caste identities in social media by Rajni Karki Chatri. And there is another paper is pertains to a study in effects of cartoons on children and identity formation by Ms. Harshana Ucheli. Probably there will be little pronunciation. Kindly, adjust to that. And then another paper, impact of social media activism on shaping the identity of late adolescent by Vedic Khanna. And another paper, which is very interesting, loneliness and virtual group identities, echo relations study by Bandita Naik. Then another paper is for Odyssey of the cultural narratives, Japan's cultural representation in Ichiro Ideas, One Piece by Manish Prabhakar Singh. So each presenter very strictly adhering to the rules and regulations as constituted by the organizer. There will be a 5 minute of presentation for each paper and will be given, and the presenter should be very strict and adhere with the 5 minutes. Don't read the slides, whatever you are there and full text of it, and kindly be summarized and brief in your presentation and come to the findings and conclusion, which will be the very effective. And if you have any questions and in between of any of the participant, you can post it your question in the chat or raise your hand. After the discussion of the entire session, we'll take up your question one by one and we'll try to answer to your queries. So now I request the first presenter of the IMM coded 49, impact of social media activism on shaping the identity of a late adolescent by Vedic Khanna. Is he available? Kindly please take up the presentation.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll be starting with my presentation. A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Vedika and I'm here to present a brief overview of our paper on the topic Impact of Social Media Activism on Shaping the Identity of Late Adolescents in India. The background to our paper stemmed from the belief that social media activism is being extensively used by late adolescents as a powerful tool to voice their opinions and bring about social change. Digital platforms can be seen flooded with posts, tweets, and campaigns on issues ranging from politics to social concerns. All of these evoke a lot of strong emotions in the consumers of social media. There are a lot of popular digital movements that have taken place through social media, which include the Me Too campaign, climate change related campaigns, Black Lives Matter, or the recent Hathras rape case campaign, which all provide young people the authority and legitimacy to speak and act up on important issues. Adolescents are able to strongly voice their opinions as also convey their viewpoints through these, which brings me to the aim of our study, which was to determine the impact of social media activism on shaping the identities of late adolescents in India by conducting a thematic analysis. The theoretical orientation of our paper was behavioristic. It supported the concept of social learning theory by Albert Bandura, which suggests that individuals learn and shape parts of themselves, such as their identity, by modeling the behavior of others and learning from them. The study was qualitative in nature and the data was collected through an open-ended questionnaire. It was further analyzed using a thematic analysis and supported through a review of literature. The sample size for the study was 40 college students ranging from 18 to 24 years of age, and they were selected using the convenience sampling method. Now I would be giving a brief overview of the results that came out from our study and the common themes and sub-themes that were identified in the research. The first major theme that was identified through the course of the study was self-exploration through social media. The theme dealt with how social media gets intertwined with an adolescent's identity. Certain sub-themes that came out from this theme included self-discovery, shaping of previous beliefs, and unboxing of certain aspects of one's personality. The second major theme that was identified was influence on daily activities. This theme was related to the aspect as to how social media influences our behaviors and actions of everyday life. Certain sub-themes that came out from this theme included environmental consciousness, increased awareness, psychoeducation of others, and involvement in clubs. The third major theme that was identified was broadened mindsets. In psychological circles, this concept is also referred to as self-expansion. The sub-themes recognized under this theme were sensitivity, inclusivity, and change in conditioning. The fourth major theme that was identified was mindful consumption of social media content. It is very important for consumers to be mindful about their usage and make an informed choice about the content that they wish to view. Sub-themes identified under this theme were unfollowing of accounts and pages that do not match your opinions and making an informed choice. The fifth major theme that was identified in our study was participation in diverse movements by young adolescents. This theme included the social activism movements that respondents from the pool had mainly participated in, which included intergenerational feminism, mental health advocacy, environmental campaigns, and gender rights. The sixth major theme that could be identified was change in thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. The sub-themes under this were introspection, increased empathy, and signing of petitions. The seventh major theme that could be identified was self-empowerment through social media, and the sub-themes under this were voicing of opinions and increase in confidence of young adolescents. Lastly, the eighth major theme was compassion fatigue, and the sub-themes that were identified under this were hopelessness and feelings of anger and disgust. Thus, some of the major aspects that have been highlighted through this study are how adolescents explore parts of themselves through social media activism, how it influences their everyday activities and leads to broadened mindsets, self-empowerment, shift in thoughts, feelings, and behavior, and active participation in various movements. The fact that participation on social media influences the opinions that adolescents have on certain significant issues makes it necessary for them to choose the content that they wish to consume. From the themes that have been discussed, one can conclude that late adolescents have shaped aspects of their identity by being consumers of social media. And it is extremely important that the content that is available on social media is reviewed before being passed on from one source to another. It can also be concluded through the course of the study that social media activism has not only empowered adolescents to be vocal and confident about their opinions, but has also provided them with the opportunity to become vehicles of change and leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vedika. It's a beautiful presentation, and you have summed up well within the time. And if any questions, we'll take up at the end of the session. Till then, you please be online.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for that. Thank you. Now we will move on to the second paper in the panel of discussion. In the panel, Loneliness and Virtual Group Identities, a Correlation Study by Bandita Naik.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bandita Nayak, and I'll be talking about my paper, Loneliness and Virtual Group Identities, a Correlation Study. I'll start by talking about the need to belong in human beings and loneliness. All human beings are naturally social animals, and as Abraham Maslow suggested, the need to belong is a basic human need, which is the desire for social acceptance and companionship in the individual. When this need is hindered or not fulfilled, it can lead a person to feel lonely. Now, loneliness may be seen to be the painful awareness that one's social relationships are less meaningful than their desire. They may feel distant from those around them, and this might make them want more human contact. Different people may use different methods to cope with it. People experiencing loneliness may search for more social contact to fulfill the need to belong, which may be done through real life interactions. And in today's modern world, where technology and social media is abundantly available, it may be also done through virtual platforms such as social media, online forums, online games, etc. While interacting online, people use the virtual or online identity, which is a concept that is used by users in social networks, where individuals create their social profile using certain names, pictures, descriptions, and other customization tools that they are then associated with. The virtual platform offers various virtual communities with which people can interact, socialize, and identify with. These communities can be used by an individual to express themselves, share their talents and identities, make friends, as is done by several famous YouTubers, social media influencers, and even artists, and those who follow them. The main purpose of our study was to find a correlation between loneliness and online social identification in youth, for which a sample of 62 individuals was taken from the Delhi NCR region. The sample's age group was 19 to 24. Our independent variable was online social identification, which was measured using the identity bubble reinforcement scale, and our independent variable was loneliness, which we measured using the UCLA loneliness scale developed by Russell, Pepler, and Ferguson in 1978. Upon analyzing our data, we found a negative correlation of minus 0.2510 between our variables, which indicates that when the identification with virtual social groups is high, then loneliness might decrease. This could be because they're able to fulfill the need to belong to some extent through social media platforms. They may be able to find online communities to integrate themselves in and identify with, which gives them a sense of socialization and belonging. Previous studies have also suggested that online communities and interactions offer people connectedness, companionships, as well as emotional support and social support, which could result in reduced loneliness. In the study, we also found that Instagram was the most preferred social media app for usage by our participants, which might have also played a role in them feeling less lonely, as is also suggested by a previous study done by Pittman and Reich in 2016, who found that loneliness may reduce, whereas happiness and life satisfaction may increase due to the usage of image-based social media. Well, there obviously exists some harms when it comes to engaging with social media and internet and in general, such as the risk of cyberbullying, exposure to harmful online content and groups, the risk of internet addiction, as well as depersonalization, which needs to be regulated by both the individual and by those who develop and monitor online activities. But our results may suggest some positives to it as well. Now, this result may be utilized as a coping mechanism for those experiencing loneliness and other mental health issues, given that there is a healthy balance between virtual and real life. Social media developers may also work on promoting mental health awareness through their platforms, as well as make sure that the users do not get exposed to harmful content or people. There were a few limitations to our studies as well, such as the sample was very small, which made it difficult to generalize the results. The population was not as diverse as desired, and the questionnaires were self-reported ones, which might have led to biasness in the answers. Furthermore, to end with, the research needs to be done on virtual identities, communities, and socialization to find more negatives and positives. And the study can be replicated on larger, more diverse populations, as well as to see how culture is cultivated in online platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nayak, and very beautifully you have presented within the due course of time. And your paper really enlightens a lot of things, how loneliness is bringing into the different environment. And probably there is a lot of good questions may rise in this because it is a burning topic, and probably we'll take it up if any such question in the end of the session. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now we'll move on to the next presenter. Is called the paper entitled Odyssey of the Cultural Narratives: Japan's Cultural Representation in Ichiro Oda's One Piece by Manish Prabhakar Singh. Is Mr. Manish is ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Manish, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good. Now you can take up your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my paper, as sir said, is Odyssey of the Cultural Narrative, Japan's Cultural Representation in Eiichiro Oda's One Piece. In this particular paper, I have talked about the manga One Piece, which has been written by Eiichiro Oda, especially focusing on the Wano arc, which is in true sense represents the feudal Japan. I have also talked about how manga today has become a global phenomenon as they narrate stories which are enjoyed by the readers of each and every age and group, presenting an insight about culture, about Japanese culture and its history. I have also talked about the history of manga and how the term manga was first used in 1798 to describe the picture book Shiji no Yukikai by Santo Kyoden, and how Hokusai manga, which was a 15-volume work by Katsushika Kakusai, popularized the term manga. In my paper, I have also briefly discussed about the difference between the comics and the manga, as mangas are usually read from right to left in a vertical manner, whereas in comics, we read it from left to right, and how also manga focuses more on details and makes it making the reader to read less, in a way making it go faster than in comparison to comics. In my paper, I have also talked about the mangaka Eiichiro Oda and the manga One Piece, and I have and how Oda has represented Japanese culture and tradition. Like he has used some features similar to ukiyo-e artworks and kabuki play structures, which are currently seen in the ongoing Wano arc. Coming to ukiyo-e artwork, they are the wooden block art prints which was targeted as a mass audience, and its artists depicted beautiful courtesans, kabuki actors, and samurai wrestlers, scenes from history and folk tales, travel scenes and landscapes, flora and fauna, and even erotica. On the other hand, kabuki is one of the 4 forms of classical Japanese theatre which developed during the Edo period as fusion of dance and drama. The word kabuki also connotes shocking, unorthodox, and fashionable, which we can relate to avant-garde or bizarre theatre. And both of these has influenced this particular manga, and Oda's love for Japanese art along with its culture, folklore, and myth can also be clearly seen in the ongoing Wano arc. Like I said, there's a name Wano arc. Wa is one of the oldest recorded name of Japan, and it is similar to feudal Japan. It is ruled by a shogun and is isolated from the rest of the world. Here, Oda has referred to Sakoku policy, in which Japan for a large period of time was isolated from all over the world. And similar to ukiyo-e artwork, he has also centered his narration and presented to us the samurais, their honor, their duty, their loyalty, the Japanese architecture such as Shinto shrines, costumes such as kimono, samurai armor, and also folklore and mythology such as Yamato no Orochi, which is an 8-headed serpent, the tale of Momotaro, and natural artscapes like Mount Fuji. The way Oda has sketched the native citizens of Wano reminds one of kabuki actors in ukiyo-e prints, and the overall arc has also been constructed as traditional kabuki play. He has also mercifully used the Japanese history and tradition, along with weaving the cultural aspects and its mythology and folklore, making the world of Wano quite similar to Japan, but at the same time being different in little sense. By incorporating all these elements, he has also been able to reflect the social and political world of Japan through the multi-layered narrative in Wano. it becomes more than just representing Japanese culture, but a mixture of both indigenous and global culture. As we know, Japan has a community-centered culture where people help each other in order to benefit the group. And it can be seen as a Straw Hat Pirates, which are the main characters, the story which revolves around them. They have their own dreams, and in a way, they are helping each other to fulfill their dreams. Overall, manga opens up a great space for making decisions about, thinking about, and playing with personal identity. And Oda has brilliantly used bits and references from history and folklore, which helps the readers to see the Japanese culture not as exoticism, but as imaginary to recreate personal and cultural identity. It also helps to build a common understanding of heritage, traditional, and spiritual connection and values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansingh. It's Manish. It's a good work you have done, having kind of a collaborative studies of Japanese and mangas and Ichiryo Odis, how it is being effective, and it's very good paper, and you have taken a lot of data collection, taking into the past history, and if any questions for your paper, we'll revert back to you. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, now the panel will move on to the next presenter. IMM 29. Be ready, Ms. Harshana Uchil. The paper entitles A Study on Effects of Cartoons on Children and Identity Formation. Probably this paper might have been taken in a good paint prepare, and which is going to be present to you all. Now kindly listen to this paper, and is Miss Harshana? Hello?
Yes, I was muted. Yeah, I've unmuted myself.
Yeah, please carry on your presentation.
Yeah.
And you can present your paper now.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harshana. I teach psychology at Guru Nanak College, Mumbai. I have co-authored this research paper with Ms. Amreen, an assistant professor for media studies at Guru Nanak College. The topic of our research paper is the study on effects of cartoon on children and identity formation. Here, the main aim of our research paper was to understand the effect of cartoon viewing on children's identity formation. The age group that we had considered over here was from 4 to 10 years. The two main research questions for our research paper was, is there a relationship between cartoon viewing and children's identity formation? And does viewing of cartoon lead to their imitation? In order to find answers to the research question, data was gathered using a research tool developed for the purpose of the study. Research tool was developed based on the validation by the professionals in the field of psychology and media. The same was used for gathering the data from the respondents through an online survey. A total of 182 people participated in our survey, and the questionnaire was given to the parents. We used qualitative analysis in order to obtain the results for our survey. The current research study was based on the cultivation theory as proposed by George Gebner, which states that when people spend more time living in the television world, they are more likely to believe that the social reality aligns with the reality as portrayed on the television. Similar findings were also noticed in the Bobo doll experiment by Albert Bandura, where children tended to be more aggressive and imitative when they were made to observe the aggressive models. As per our research findings, majority of the parents, that is around 52%, agreed that their child watched cartoon for at least 1 to 2 hours in a day. It can also be seen that there was a considerable amount of parents, that is around 23%, who said that the viewing was less than an hour. The current research showed that there is some relationship between cartoon viewing and a child's identity formation, which is indeed portrayed through their behavior. The influence of media is manifold. It needs to be understood and used in a manner that does not create a negative influence on people. Children are the most vulnerable when it comes to the media content. Many a times parents tend to overindulge in the screen time for children as they are also busy. This pattern, however, is proving to be dangerous. This research study shows that children are to some extent fascinated by the cartoons that they watch, and they do try to imitate them in their day-to-day life. Parents need to be constantly engaged in the viewing process of the cartoon and explain to them the concept of right and wrong as and when the child is viewing it. Through media's theory, such as cultivation, we know that child will learn from these programs. Therefore, constant efforts to create better content must be done by the creators, and conscious efforts are to be taken by parents as well as to what their child should or should not watch. Lastly, the content creators of the cartoon shows should also understand their audience and prepare the content accordingly. These cartoon shows should go through good number of filters before it gets broadcasted for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Harshana. I think it's a cartoon viewing is a big challenging in nowadays, and all kids are behind with this. And during that kind of a cartoon viewing, you have taken is in 4 to 10 the age group.
Yes.
And you have done the use the research tool of method and a lot of negative cartoons, a lot of things are moving on, and choosing them best and making children to be more live is very important. So thanks for presenting this paper, and it's a wonderful paper. And probably if any question comes up, we'll take up and I'll get back to you. Thank you. Thanks for yeah. Now we'll move on to the next paper. That is IMM 15 as per the coding done by the organizer, and paper entitled The Symbolic Interplay of Khasi Identity in Social Media, and by Rajni Karki Chatri is the presenter. And probably this paper, I request Ms. Rajni to take up and present, and kindly adhere to the time as it has been announced in the beginning. Over to Ms. Rajni.
Thank you, sir, and a very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Rajni K. Chetri, an assistant professor at Department of Mass Media, St. Anthony's College. Now, my study is titled Symbolic Interplay of Khasi Identity in Social Media, and the detail of this study, the theoretical framework, the methodology adopted, and the findings can be accessed through the link shared by the organizers. However, in this 5 minutes, there are some crucial points I wish to highlight and emphasize upon. Who we are, a major share of our sense of identity emanates from our social spaces and the community we belong to. And this has been theorized by sociologist Henry Tajfel. Now, my paper broadly explores the intricacies and the nuances of human relationship, social organization in the online space. This paper rests upon the underlying paradigm, which says that there cannot be one particular way of using a technology. And there have been a range of scholars who are emerging, who have tried to understand the human-technology interrelationship in its specific context. So in doing this, it also tends to challenge and question the utopia that was built around the information communication technology, which placed it at the hem of development, empowerment, and was perceived to have a uniform kind of a homogenizing effect on all. The modern communication technology, specifically if we talk about social media, is often hailed and as well as criticized for its individualizing effects. And there have been a concentrated effort to explore the identity performances in the online space. But however, my study aims to stem away from the individuals and explore the Facebook infrastructure of groups. It attempts to map online space and engage to understand how social actors come together, how social groups are formed, how cohesion and solidarity and tenets of community are constructed, and while it does this, it also observes the fluidity of the offline and online spaces, and how the events, the myths, the realities shape the construction of sociality in the online arena. So overall, it attempts to look into what role do these online social space plays towards social identity among its members. So in this quest, I focus on one of the ethnic community, the Khasis residing in Meghalaya. The Khasis are unique, as you may be knowing, in several ways, and matrilineal, that is inheriting the descent from the mother's side, being the most prominent one. So for the tribes in Northeast, the land, the territorial demarcation, the geographical boundaries of the hills, the valleys, and the rivers have been a major identity marker, both socially as well as politically. So the issue of identity among the major tribes in Northeast, including the Khasis, have been deeply intertwined with this geographical space, that is the control over land and a complete ownership over all other allied resources. So the aspects of language, culture, custom, beliefs, and have been like the apparatuses to assert identity, mainly on the ethnic lines, drawing boundaries of us and them. So as I speak to you, there is a growing demand among the local indigenous communities comprising of the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo on implementing inner line permit, ILP as it's popularly called, a boundary mechanism that establishes to check and restrict non-local or outsiders or perceived as others in the main discourse movement within a demarcated territory. So growing up in Meghalaya as a non-Khasi person and spending a considerable part of my life here, I've often been trapped in this contestation of us and them. And there's a perpetual quest that remains is, which side of the fence do I belong? Or rather, am I in or am I out? Which side of the fence am I assigned? So with this brief context, I would like to draw your attention to a private online interactional space on Facebook that has about 26,000 members, which is growing each day, belonging exclusively to the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo ethnic community. Now, the Facebook design structure makes it very easy and convenient to create a distinctive and an exclusive social category, which is further strengthened through the various ethnic parameters. So the mythical tales of the origins of the Khasis, their memories of their history, the longing of belongingness, and the angst and the fear of the outsiders is, and the mundaneness of the everyday life that the group wall features are the major tropes that works to solidify the members within the online group, as well as it creates a distinctive boundary against the outsider. So the restrictive homogeneous online space is a public group, but at the same time, it is hidden. It functions undercover and it's restricted from the other Facebook profiles. It was restricted to me as well. So the online space somehow emulates this aspirational idea of a controlled geographical place that the different pressure groups have been demanding, and they envision with the passing of the ILP. So in my conclusion, I would like to add that these online spaces, the Facebook groups, are rich data mines consisting of multimodal resources such as text, audio, video, images, and embedded links. And the online space is a collaborative canvas where the different members in the online group consistently engage in the process of entextualization and desemiotization of different cultural materials, as well as the myths and the oral narratives, which are arguably, that's what we have been concentrating on as the crucial resources for creating and maintaining a shared social cultural reality on online spaces. You can watch the detail of the presentations in the video that's been shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajni, for your wonderful presentation on Khasi tribes and Northeast land especially, and how this online space is created, and different data offline space, and you have touched upon all the sorts of social media which is available, and make an enhancement. Now, probably, if any questions will take up and will revert back soon. Till then, please be online. And over to the organizers.
Hello.
Dr. Rupa?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think all 5 papers has been presented now. And if any questions from the audience side or from any of the students of journalism, mass communication, or anyone else who is part of this international virtual conference, you please, enlighten us if any such questions they have dropped in or raised their hand, so that we'll take up the questions and then we'll move on to the next steps.
So you may move on. As I get the questions, I'll post it to you.
Okay, then I'll just summarize, probably first I request to switch on all the videos of 5 paper presenters. I request all the 5 paper presenter, please switch on your videos, and would like to take a click of a photograph. Dr. Rupa?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible for this panel, can you take the one photograph with the all 5 paper presenters?
Sure, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Done.
Yeah, it is done. Okay, it's a wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Rupa. And probably I just wanted to have a check with these last panel presenters. So I didn't start as mentioned in the brochure. I started in between with the 3rd paper. Suddenly that is Vedika. So, but just I wanted to check how our panel presenters are really so attentive to attend this international conference. But I found all are absolutely the fantastic. Take it to the right order. Actually, Miss Rajani is number 1 as a presenter, and number 2 is Harshana, and number 3 is Vedika, number 4 is Bandita, and number 5th is Manish. But even though I went into the cross order and could check, all are ready to present. This is so because online a lot of activities are going on here and there, but very serious attempt we are not finding. So it is my part of experience. But when I could see over here, it's all are very active, and even you call up in the last order, in the first order also, they could ready to present their thematic concept. Take it to the social media, the lot of what I can say, the loneliness, distance, self-empowerment feeling, then Odissi culture, narrative, Japanese culture, and cartoons. Especially this is the wonderful paper from as I have gone through their presentation, and the creating the online space for the social identity, especially for the Khasi tribes community, and a lot of the what I can say, the gamut of the culture and the concept they have gathered and presented there well into the social media. Probably social media, as we could witness, it is taking different shapes into the kind of a channelization of the media, channelization of information, passing of the information. Either it may be the right information or into the it is not so relevant, or the wrong information, you can say. But it is happening continuously day on two by media, with so many things are happening. But when it comes to the realistic media, the people like you were there in between and bringing out when a very right information to the right users and the right time your delivery is making at large at a great extent. Take it to the any kind of a concept, what the mass media is doing a wonderful job, and through that only the truth, the fact finding, the necessity things are still alive, and this is how this social media is presently playing a very important role into the society. So this is my inputs to the panelists from sixth panel, and hope we have done the wonderful session. And once again, I would like to thank all five presenters. They have really very systematically they have presented, and all five papers are fantastic. And thanks to the organizer, choosing such a wonderful papers and making its brief gist of information passing on to the all learned professionals. And with these two words, thank you very much to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair this the last panel session, and hope I did the justice, and this conference is went on well. Thank you one and all. This is my brief input.
Sir, there is one question. If you can see the chat box.
Yeah. One second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we request all have to, that's okay. Yeah, that's Vedic Khanna. Could you, there's a one question, probably Vedic Khanna has written, Vedika, that's could we have some more examples on how social media activism has affected late adolescents in India recently? Rupa?
Yes, sir. This is for Vedika Khanna. The question is for Vedika.
No, this question is raised by?
No, the question is meant for Vedika Khanna.
Okay. Vedika, hello.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the question.
Yeah. If you want, I'll just repeat once again.
All right, yeah.
Yeah. Could we have some more examples on how social media activism has affected late adolescents in India recently?
All right, thank you, sir, for the question. So taking my own example, I come under the category of late adolescents in India, and talking about social media activism, I have been part of a lot of campaigns that have been taking place, and talking about the recent one that I was part of was related to mental health advocacy, wherein we were trying to destigmatize mental health and how the condition is in India. So I feel to answer this question, I would like to say that there are a lot of examples of how things are being brought about and how late adolescents are voicing their opinions in different fields of interest. Everybody coming to the main aspect is that because of individual differences, everybody has their own interest areas. So while some might feel strongly about gender issues, there are others who feel strongly about climate change, and there are some who feel strongly about mental health. So I was part of a mental health advocacy campaign, and it definitely had a positive impact on my mental health. So it depends from person to person. Some might have a positive impact through it, or some might have negative effects, because there is also a social comparison that happens when you see other people participating for certain opinions that might not be as in sync with your opinion. So I think it differs from person to person, but there are a lot of examples in social media and how activism is taking place online. So yeah, I'd like to answer that.
Thank you, Vedika. It's it's inappropriate. Probably, if any more participants want to say anything on this? No. There is one more question to Rajani. Please elaborate. Please elaborate on digital boundaries.
Yeah, thank you for
Over.
that question.
Yeah.
I will not be able to elaborate on digital boundaries, but yes, I would definitely talk about boundaries. There's an extensive work done by Frederick Barth on boundaries, and he says that boundary is what demarcates one social group from another. And he even says that these boundaries are perceptual, psychological, and the tenacity of the boundary can vary from group to group, from situation to situation, and from context to context. So having said that, how I connect boundaries and digital space is digital space enhances or empowers us to quickly draw these boundaries. Suppose, take for example a WhatsApp group. I can quickly create a WhatsApp group and delimit the WhatsApp group among my close group or with my family members. So that is that is how I see boundaries, but that is how the digital space empowers the boundaries. I hope I've answered your queries.
Yeah, some extent, probably we'll take it up in the group discussion when it comes up. Yeah, probably there is another question which is coming up to Mr. Manish. This is for you. And how has digitalization affected Japan's culture representation? Example, anime. This is the question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
To answer that particular question. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Sir,
hope you are comfortable with the question now, or
yes,
you
sir,
want
yes.
me to repeat? Okay.
No, no,
Okay.
sir.
Please.
So when we talk about anime, it is just short form of animation. And nowadays, what we call as anime, we connect it with Japanese art or Japanese animation. And the digitalization has transcended the global ideas of Japan culture. If you can see that anime like Death Notes, Naruto, One Piece, they all have transcended the boundaries. They have all come out from Japan, and we are able to understand the cultural identity of Japan. We are able to connect it with history. Like there is one anime, Sokugeki no Soma, which talks about Japanese food and it's how they perceive the Western food or other Asiatic foods, which we can see in their particular works. So digitalization has, in a way, opened the Japan's overall idea, opened the cultural boundaries of Japan, and it has taken the idea of Japan to overall global space. The mangas which were not known before, the people are now starting to read mangas, and even the learners for Japanese language has increased due to the effect of anime. I hope, sir, I was able to clear it.
Yeah. Thank you, Manish. Yeah. Now, I think there is one more question to Bandita. So regarding what does belonging mean in a virtual space?
Belonging means in virtual space means much similar to what it means in the real life. If to elaborate on it, I would like to use the example of suppose social media activism. When people who have similar interests and ideas like mental health advocacy and they form a group to advocate about it, they get a sense of belonging, that they are in this community, they're accepted by people with same ideas. It would help them with their loneliness. And people with other groups, suppose artists, they form their accounts on Instagram or YouTube, they get millions of followers and such, and this gives them a sense of belonging. And while it is done through digital space, they might not be able to see people in real life. It does give them a sense of validation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and there is one more question to Vedika. That is, can you connect digital activism to hacktivism? Can you connect digital activism to
Yes.
hacktivism?
Thank you, sir, for the
Vedika?
question. Yes. Digital activism is basically talking about how people with common interests try to voice their opinions. They try to start campaigns and they try to bring about social change through the medium of social media. Whereas hacktivism is basically when, based on certain opinions, people's accounts are hacked. So, yes, there is a connection between both of them. Especially when I read this question, the first thing that comes in my mind is the issue of politics. With politics being such a controversial topic wherein people have contrasting opinions and where people do not agree on a lot of issues, as we can see, even with the farmers' protests that are happening, there are some individuals who are blaming the government for it, whereas some of them are not blaming. So when it comes to talking about opinions, people can be for the motion and people can be against the motion. So there are people who are not, so I feel that there are people who are not able to tolerate certain opinions that are not in sync with theirs. So that is where hacktivism comes in place. When digital activism is not taken in the right spirit, when people feel that their opinions are not being safeguarded, there might be people who are doing well in the area of hacktivism who might challenge and channelize their energies to hack the accounts of those individuals whom they do not agree with, or they may like to report certain opinions of theirs that they feel are not in sync with theirs. So that is how I would like to connect digital activism to hacktivism. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Vedika. Yeah, I think there are two more questions. Yeah, one question is there to Bandita. In that sense, how do you correlate belonging to loneliness in the virtual space? Bandita, over to you.
Yes. So what is loneliness? Loneliness is feeling like you're distant from others, you don't have meaningful relationships and such. So when you feel that you belong to some space, a community, or maybe a few people, you feel that you're accepted. This desire to feel close to people is fulfilled there. To give an example, I also actively engage in social media platforms, and I have friends who kind of are all over the globe, like from America, from Australia and such. And during these times, suppose these COVID times, there was immense amount of loneliness in me, and I was also struggling through some health issues. But I was not able to meet my friends or anyone to get that social support. And but I had a lot of friends through these online communities who I could share myself with, share my issues with, and this also helped me cope with my loneliness and other issues. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bandita. And probably there is one more question to Manish. What are the challenges now between the traditional art forms, example, kabuki, to the contemporary art forms in Japan? Over to Manish.
Yes, sir. So I will say that more than the challenge, kabuki itself started in around 17th century. And if you look at the word meaning of kabuki, it is unorthodox. It is fashionable, bizarre, and we compare it with avant-garde or bizarre theater, which makes it much more experimental. So instead of saying that there is challenge between the traditional art form like kabuki and contemporary, kabuki itself evolves. And in the modern sense, the art forms, which in the Japan we can say, it is going through the same experimentation. There is effect after the post-war period of lot of influence from American art form also, which can be also seen in their traditional or contemporary art forms, especially in mangas. As we can say that the previous history of manga, it is quite different from the mangas after the post-war period. So we can say, I could say that there is more than challenge as kabuki itself evolves. The art form of Japan, the contemporary art form of Japan is itself also evolving. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Manish. Yeah, there is one more question to Harshana. Be ready.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
cartoons in the contemporary context different from the earlier versions of cartoon in terms of their influence on children?
Yes, sir. There is a lot of difference in the kind of cartoon shows that are shown to children these days as compared to earlier. Like, for example, if I have to think about myself as a child, the kind of cartoon that I viewed, the kind of cartoon that is being shown now.
May I request you to switch on your video?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, there is a vast amount of difference in the kind of cartoon content that is being shown to children these days as compared to earlier. Like, if I have to talk about myself, the kind of cartoon that I viewed as a child and the kind of cartoon that children these days are viewing, there's a lot of difference in terms of language, in terms of content. There is a lot of difference, and children, they do pick up these kind of language that they see in the cartoon. So yes, there is a greater influence these days, and also the availability is much greater as compared to what it was earlier. So earlier it was just the cable or the TV that was the medium, and then it had a specific time when children could watch those cartoons. But now 24/7 is the availability for the children. And again, if they're going to watch it for such a long time, and plus the content as such in terms of language and all is not that great, so children are going to pick it up and they are going to get influenced by it. So yes, so as compared to earlier, now the influence is much greater.
Okay, thank you for your Archana, for your kind inputs and fulfilling their queries. And let me check if any other questions. Yeah, there is no question. And now, Dr. Rupa.
Yes, sir.
Can we sum up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think I take this privilege to thank all the mass media professionals and distinguished participants, learned professionals, teachers of different institutions have made their best effort to join. And hope I feel this is a very good panel session. There is a lot of discussions, debates, and as well as the question raised in this panel. And I'm thankful to the organizer for choosing such a the wonderful paper in this panelist. And we have done our best during this session and answer to all the queries also. And hope this purpose of social media and communication, it may reach to the different young learners and to make them to understand a lot of things with this panelist. Thank you, and over to Dr. Rupa for the next communication.
Thank you, Dr. Parashuram Kattimani, for sharing the sessions and the panelists. There was a very thoughtful discussions on the study and papers which throw lights on identity and identity formations among Khasi community in cartoon character, shaping identity in late adolescence, virtual identity, and Japan's cultural narratives and representations. And we have reached to the end of the conference and the last paper presentation panel discussion. Thank you all for joining us to this international virtual conference organized by the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Central University of Karnataka, Department of Mass Media, SVKM's Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and Department of Mass Media, St. Anthony's College, Shillong. Thank you all. We shall meet again today at 4:30 p.m. for our concluding ceremony. Until then, have a nice evening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rupa. Thank you very much.
A very good evening to all of you once again. A very good evening to you all once again. We have finally arrived the last day, the end of this 2-day conference on identity, myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives. It has indeed been an extremely intensive 2 days of discussion and deliberation on the respective theme. We've had some amazing invited speakers, a wonderful keynote speaker who elaborated more on the topic for us. And we've also had a panel of extremely engaging presenters who brought forward their thoughts and ideas on the topic concerned. I guess all of us have indeed added much more to our plethora of knowledge on the subject matter at hand. Without taking much of your time, I am going to hand over the session right now to Reverend Father Dr. Joby Joseph, Rector of St. Anthony's College, for the remarks and concluding words of the 2 days of conference that we've just had. Over to you, Father.
Thank you, Professor Rose. As we come to the end of this 2-day international virtual conference on identity, myths, memories, communication, and cultural narratives, I hope I will be able to do justice in this concluding remarks and add to the 2-day event and cap it all. I remember seeing once a little picture with a little child looking at the world map and making a prayer to God. The prayer is this of the little child. God, I like the world that you made in different colors, sizes, but I don't like the lines that you drew separating each. Dear friends, a time like this, when we had many restrictions and constraints beyond us, we were able to come over these boundaries, lines of separation, and to a common identity as in the theme of the event itself. We are grateful for these 2 wonderful days. We turn to God with gratitude for his guidance, blessings. We remember in a very particular way the 3 organizing institutions. Of course, there is a formal word of thanks, but we'd like to place on record their involvement, organizing, planning, and seeing to the detail. And we are at the completion of this wonderful event. The Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Central University of Karnataka, Department of Mass Media, SVKM's Usha Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, and St. Anthony's College, the Department of Mass Media. We remember everyone behind making this 2 days event a success. What has gone before, what has been behind is what has made this day to a great end. We had a wonderful 2 days where we had sessions to the theme and keeping in the line of the event. We had a wonderful keynote, 5 invited talks, 245 participants, 50 papers, 48 were presented out of the 98 that were received, processed, and reviewed. Inauguration, we had the heads of the 3 organizing institutions with us, and we remember them gratefully today. In the keynote, we had Professor Sangeeta Bhaga-Gupta, who summed up and gave us the talk on myths, expressions of the mobile human condition, belongings to the land and language. Her talk focusing on marginalization, migration, refugees, and identity. I think that set the tenor of this event. We had the invited speaker, Dr. Dolly Kikon, who spoke on identity through memories and oral narratives. and focusing on sub-themes, narratives of nationalism and identity, identity through memories and oral narratives, myths in cultural narratives, and intercultural communication and identity. We had the next invited speech by Buket Agun, who spoke on identity, legacy, and memories in Scarlet Witch, covering the period of 2015 to 17, and covering subtopics of comic and cultural narratives, myth, memories, and graphic artists, and identity through literature and visual arts. The session by Dr. Jatin Srivastava on entertainment, education, new media, and Indian storytelling traditions brought one dimension that may be mostly ignored, but needs to be used in every aspect of learning and media, communication, and the new normal, narrative of technology in education, the new media focusing on digital platforms for cultural narratives, datafication and of its identity, and transmedia narratives. And the day's last of the invited talk by Dr. Deirdre McLaughlin was on culture after COVID-19, adapting, thriving, and making the model, covering subtopics of redefining and performing arts and the role of arts spaces post-COVID-19, exploring the identity and culture through theater. And I'm sure this paper, this talk, gave us also a focus what we would do once we come back to the normal, taking us forward. And we had a wonderful panel discussion where we had all of these invited resource persons chaired by Dr. Sangeeta Bhagagupta, very enlightening and sharing and guiding us in their own areas and enriching us. Dear friends, I'm sure these 2 days, also the paper presentations that we had, gave us an added knowledge and to our own line of thinking, our own area of interest, and a world a little more richer in knowledge and wisdom in our own way. There are already questions asking, what would you be losing or missing the most once the world is back to the normal? I already saw a survey that is being conducted. I'm sure when we entered into the lockdown and constraints, there are many things that we missed. Now that we are almost seeing the end of it and moving back to the normal, many are thinking, what would be missing most once we come back to the normal? What would we miss? The virtual world that we mostly lived. I'm sure there would be many things that we miss, but there are many things that we have learned, enriched ourselves, and an event like this was a great contribution to that. I'm sure going through these 2 days of sitting, listening, and enriching ourselves, we have confirmed ourselves, affirmed our own identities. I'm sure we have learned to respect identity, culture, memories, myths, and find information and carry it through communication and narratives. I remember an anonymous saying that I read somewhere. It goes something like this. We are told when we approach another people, race, civilization, or culture, the first thing that we need to do is to take off our shoes, because the place that we are treading is a holy ground, lest we might find ourselves stepping on one another's dream and beliefs. More serious still, we might forget that the divine presence was already there even much before our arrival. Once again, dear organizers, congratulations. As we search and look for our own identity, we hope we find it, we affirm it, and we respect and promote it in the other. Through all means, myths, memories, and communication and culture. Once again, thank you. And We look forward for further collaborations and such events among these institutions. And furthermore, as a point of information for the organizers, they select some of these papers after a further review, and editorial team will go into select UGC journals for publication. They will inform you and will be communicated. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind in the land of Meghalaya. From here, Kublai Shibon means thank you, God bless, and see you again, evermore, better ever. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Father, for beautifully summing up what we went through in the past 2 days. I shall now hand over the session to Dr. Rupa Rani Sonowal for our vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rosemary ma'am. I take this privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of Journalism and Mass Communication, Central University of Karnataka, Department of Mass Media, SVKM's USA Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, and Department of Anthony's College, Shillong. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants from India and abroad, and extend grateful to share with us the findings and opinion on this 2 days conference. I'm thankful to our former Vice Chancellor, Professor H.M. Maheshwarya, and for giving us the opportunity to hold this international virtual conference. And I'm very much thankful to our advisory committee members, Professor Romit John, Professor Ganesh Power, Dr. Cherik Kardor Kashiengs, Mr. Ashish Mehta, for their continuous supports and advice, which have greatly helped towards the successful organization of this conference. I sincerely thank to our patrons, Professor M.V. Alagawadi, Vice Chancellor, Registrar Professor Mustaq Ahmed I. Patel, Central University of Karnataka, Reverend Brother Dr. Albert Longley Dakhar, Principal St. Anthony's College, and Dr. Anju Kapoor, Principal SVKM's USA Praveen Gandhi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, for kindly accepting our invitations and gracing the inaugural function. I thank the keynote speaker, Professor Sangeeta Baga Gupta, and all the plenary speakers, Dr. Dolly Kikon, Dr. Buket Arjun, Mr. Sudhanva Deshpande, Dr. Dedre McLaughlin, and Dr. Jatin Srivastava, who are the eminent academicians and professionals from different parts of the continent for their enthusiastic participation in this conference. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers for providing their valuable comments in time and help towards the improvement of quality of papers presented in the conference. I would like to give special thanks to Dr. Padma Rani, editor of Global Media Journal Indian Edition, and editor-in-chief of Dr. Francis P. Barclay of CUTN Journal of Media and Communication, and both of which are UGC Care listed journal, and for accepting to consider publishing the best selected paper from the conference. I also thank Professor Timothy Suba, Dr. K. Karthik, Professor Basava Ras as P. Donor, Reverend Father Dr. Joby Joseph, Dr. Parashuram Kattimani for sharing the paper presentation panel and taking time out of their busy schedule to read and listen to the author's views on the different topics of discussion. I would like to give my sincere thanks to Reverend Father Dr. Joby Joseph and his team with Nathaniel Nampui Majau, Bablu Rajak, Om Prakash Yadav, Dr. Ita Wanda Saibon, who rendered their technical expertise for smooth executions of the session. Last and not the least, I would like to thank my other two conveners, Dr. Machung Wangliu Kamai and Dr. Ms. Rosemary Asoreri, who had helped to make this day a grand success with their hard work and dedication. I acknowledge the unwavering support received from principal, director, HOD, dean, and all the faculty and staff members of all the 3 institutes and university. My thanks also goes to all the people who are directly or indirectly involved in organizing this conference. I would like to acknowledge and thanks. Over to you, Madam Rosemary.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rupa Rani Sonowal. A word of gratitude to you as well for being a part of this team and for working together towards achieving these 2 days of an intensive and wonderful sessions that we've actually had. We have now approached the end of our conference on identity, myths, memories, communication and cultural narratives. However, it is not really the end of the journey for us. My dear participants and presenters, we know that you've already worked very, very hard in bringing out 8,000 worded first drafts of your paper, but our journey still continues. It's not really the end for us here, because we will be in touch with you. We are yet to receive the final draft of your papers. And as already mentioned by both Dr. Rupa Rani Sonowal and Father Joby Joseph as well, we will be having select papers being published in UGC Care journals as mentioned by Dr. Rupa. And for that, we will be in touch with you again soon. And till then, it is a goodbye from all of us here, the team at IMCCN 2020. And we've really had 2 wonderful days of discussion and deliberation. And we hope that this is only the beginning of a journey towards more of such wonderful and intensive sessions in the future. Thank you very much once again to all, and a very good evening to you all. Before we end, I would like to request all to kindly stand for our national anthem. And before we present that, just to mention that it is the national anthem is by the Vandana Kohli Productions. Thank you.
Jana Gana Mana Nayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkal Banga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jala